Welcome to the May 20th meeting of the Falmouth Conservation Commission. This meeting is being held virtually via Zoom video conference. Please be patient. We'll do our best to be efficient and allow everyone to participate equitably. This meeting is also being broadcast and streamed online by FCTV in real time. As this meeting is being recorded by Zoom and broadcast by FCTV, please be cognizant of what you say, how you say it, and what can be seen in your background. The chair recognizes the attendance of staff members, Jen, Kevin, and our recording secretary, Susan. And I recognize the attendance of commissioners, Kevin, Betsy, Steve, Russ, Maury, and Mark. And we do anticipate Courtney and Peter joining shortly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, so for tonight's meeting, I'm going to promote Kevin up as an voting alternate member. I'll remind everyone that for commenting, I'll call on you. We'll do at the appropriate time so that we can try to avoid speaking over each other. And again, all votes will be taken by roll call. And a reminder, even if you make the motion or the second, I'm still going to ask you to vote for the record. To our public participants, there will be an opportunity for public comment for each hearing. If you'd like to comment on a particular hearing, you may submit any comments or questions via the chat function once that hearing has been opened. At the appropriate time, I will call for public comments and any submissions will be read into the record. The link and further instructions are posted on the agenda. First up, meeting minutes for May 13th. Anybody?
Mr. Chairman, I reviewed the minutes and I found them to be accurate. Recording of our meeting, I move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to take the vote. Betsy?
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney's not in yet. Matthews, aye. Kevin?
O'Brien, aye.
Mark?
Ernie, aye.
Maury?
Carlo Hawks, aye.
Peter's not in yet. Russ?
Robbins, aye.
Steve?
Patton, aye.
All right. First up are requests for determination of applicability. First item, Blair Anthony, 121 Surf Drive, Falmouth, Mass. For permission to remove an existing driveway to Surf Drive, add a sand dune buffer, add a stone pathway and rock boulders, and to seed the new lawn area. Kevin?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, staff recommends a -2 under the state and a -3 under the bylaw. Resource area boundaries are not confirmed.
So moved, Carlo Hawks. Second, Gladfelter.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comments? Any public comments?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, we'll take the vote. Betsy? Betsy? You have to unmute.
Gladfelter, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin?
O'Brien, aye.
Mark?
Ernie, aye.
Maury?
Carlo Hawks, aye.
Russ?
Robbins, aye.
Steve?
Patton, aye.
It is unanimous. Next up, Marine Biological Laboratory, 29 Pondlet Place, Falmouth, Mass. For permission to remove an existing failed septic system and to install a new Title V sewage disposal system located within the flood zone with an increase in design flow. Kevin?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, staff recommends a -2 under the state and bylaw. Resource area boundaries are not confirmed.
Thank you.
Carlo Hawks. I think Maury moved it. I'll second it. Gladfelter.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any comments? Any public comments? No. Okay, I'll take that as a no. Call for the vote. Betsy?
Oh, sorry, Jamie.
Gladfelter, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin?
O'Brien, aye.
Mark?
Rooney, aye.
Maury?
Hello, Hawks, aye.
Peter's not in yet. Russ?
Robbins, aye.
Steve?
Patton, aye.
It is unanimous. All right. Continued request for determination of applicability. Richard and Patricia Torre, 57 Cape Cod Road, West Falmouth, Mass. For after-the-fact permission to install a water service to the dwelling and rebuild a section of stone wall. Kevin?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the applicants requested a continuance until June 10th. I will be meeting on site this Friday to sort of go over things with them.
I move to continue to June 10th.
Second.
What was the date?
June 10th? June 10th, Kevin?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion, a second to continue until June 10th. Betsy?
Gladfelter, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin?
O'Brien, aye.
Mark?
Rooney, aye.
Maury?
Hello, Hawks, aye.
Russ?
Robbins, aye.
Steve?
Patton, aye.
It is unanimous. Jen, if you would, just let me know when, if and when Peter and or Courtney. pop
Yeah,
in.
I'm monitoring it.
No, it's fine. I'm gonna jump over them for the time being.
That's fine. I'm trying to find Commissioner Byrd right now.
Okay. All right, we have requests for hearings under notice of intent. All hearings of the Falmouth Conservation Commission are held simultaneously under the authorities of the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act and the Falmouth Wetlands Bylaw. Although a single decision of the commission is issued, it represents a separate decision under each authority. First up is James P. and Jean F. Borden, 124 Sitters Pond Road, Falmouth, Mass. For permission to raise, RAZE, an existing single-family dwelling and construct a new single-family dwelling with associated clearing, grading, and landscaping, to install mitigation plantings and to conduct coastal bank restoration.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just promoted Tim Santos of Holmes McGrath up as a panelist to present the project. Hi, Tim.
Thank you.
Courtney's internet is down. He's trying to get on.
Okay.
We good? You want me to start?
Yes, please. Welcome, Tim.
How are you? All right.
Good.
All right, can you guys see that? Just want to make sure.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, good evening. For the record, Tim Santos from Homes and also tonight, at some point, I'll ask you to promote Teresa Sprague from Blue Flag so she can go over the planting plan.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, Teresa. Here I come. I just promoted Teresa.
Okay, thank you. Again, for the record, Tim Santos from Holmes and McGrath representing the applicant. The property is currently located at 124 Sitters Pond Road along Sitters Pond in Falmouth. It's currently developed with an existing single-family home and garage. The resource area is on and within 100 feet of the property are Sitters Pond itself, the inland bank associated with Sitters Pond, coastal bank, and land subject to coastal storm flowage. The application before you tonight is to tear the existing dwelling down and to construct a new one. All right. So this is the proposed plan. The black dots here represent the existing dwelling that is to be demolished, and our new dwelling is outlined in brown, as shown on this plan. We're also proposing porches, three-season room, and a proposed patio to the rear. All roof runoff will be diverted to dry wells that are around the home as shown. Currently, the existing home is tied into a cesspool in this area. That will be abandoned and a new Title V compliant system will be constructed out front. The existing driveway curb cut will be maintained and the driveway will be reconfigured as shown. In accordance with your redevelopment guidelines, there's an increase of 1,642 square feet within the buffer zone, FWR Zone B. So at a 2-to-1 mitigation ratio, we're proposing 3,300 square feet of mitigations to the rear in these two areas here. This staff had some comments on their plan, on their staff report about whether or not we included the areas below the trees. This green dotted area is actually close to 3,700 square feet. So we actually took out those areas, but the dots still remain in that area. So there's well over the 3,300 square feet that's required in this area. We're also proposing to do a coastal bank restoration along the rear here. And there is a plan by Teresa Sprague of Blue Flux that shows the plantings and the coastal bank restoration. So at this point, I will unshare my screen and allow her to share her plan and review that with you. And then we'd be more than happy to address any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Good evening, everybody. I'm going to share my desktop because I've also have some photographs that I want to share with you as well. But before I do that, I'll walk through the plan just so we can see it all here. So also included with this is a land management plan. We can kind of walk through that as well. Basically, existing conditions, as Tim described, the property is located on the western shore of Sitters Pond in a well-established and pretty highly developed neighborhood. Basically, the vegetation on site is comprised of lawn and ornamental plantings, which is in keeping with what we noted when looking at surrounding properties. There are several large oak trees, as well as a holly tree and a weeping bald cypress on the property. There are 2 Kutza dogwoods at each corner on the south east side of the house. Several of the oaks are covered in English ivy. You can see one here in the photograph on page 3 of the land management plan. The lawn runs directly to the top of the coastal bank, as you can see in the photograph at the top here. Invasive vegetation on the bank, a mix of, let me share some photos of the bank with you. You can probably see these here. Bank is a mix of English ivy, bittersweet, multiflora rose, privet, shrub and vine, honeysuckle, garlic mustard, and barberry. The bank itself is about 2,090 square feet of the total area that we're proposing to manage. So the goals of the plan are to restore a total of 5,300 or almost 5,400 square feet, of which 2,090 square feet of that is invasive species removal and restoration, and 33 of that is mitigation, and so removal of existing lawn area and restoration of native vegetation or replacement of existing lawn with native woody vegetation. We are looking at replacing trees that are proposed to be removed from within the buffer zone at 1-to-1, plus 2 additional cedars that were required for the previously approved removal of the hazard beech tree, which has come down since I was at the site. Some of these photographs show the beech tree. It's now no longer there. There are 5 trees that we are proposing to remove for construction or because they're damaged. We're showing these here. I do believe it's pointed out that there are 2 Kutza dogwoods, which we're showing here, and I can show you some photographs of that. Here are the Kutza dogwoods at each side of the house. You can see right here and right here. And it is true that we did not account for the removal of the Coosa dogwood simply because they were right up next to the foundation and they are non-native trees. We are proposing to plant 13 trees, again, including the 2 cedar trees that are proposed to be planted for the previously approved removal of the beech tree. We are also planting 206 shrubs, including summer sweet, bush honeysuckle, inkberry, lakothue, bayberry, sumac, pasture rose, and viburnum. We are proposing to remove the turf from the existing lawn area. It has been managed quite well, although there are some signs of things like European velvet grass, things that will make the establishment of the shrubs that we're proposing to plant into that area difficult because it's going to require a lot of weeding. In our experience, people tend to want to go in and mow or weed whack those things down as they start to grow up around the shrubs. And obviously we want to prevent that from happening. So we're proposing to remove the turf, install the woody vegetation, and then seed the ground cover layer with a mix of native grasses and wildflowers, which are shown on our plan. Basically just to help create healthy vertical layers from the ground cover through the shrub layer up to the canopy layer. And I did want to point out that these were the symbols that are shown for the trees, the oak trees on the Holmes and McGrath plan. And they're obviously the canopy, particularly of this oak, is much larger. So I just wanted to do a quick measurement to show you that we are not planting any woody vegetation within a 10-foot diameter of the trees that are proposed to remain. There is this one bald cypress tree that we are proposing to remove. I have some photos of that. They are, let me see. Here's the bald cypress. So we are proposing to remove this bald cypress tree. It's frankly it's not native. It's native to southern United States. We are proposing to try at the homeowner's request to regenerate this oak tree that has been severely covered in English ivy. Whether or not that is going to be feasible long-term, we're going to give it our best shot. We're going to carefully cut, treat the ivy, wait for it to biodegrade, and then remove it. The property owners are adamant that they would really like to see this huge, beautiful oak tree. So we're going to do the best that we can with that. I do want to point out, however, that because I have my doubts about whether or not we will actually be able to save that tree long-term, in our land management plan, under the vegetation and restoration process, we have included a note that all non-native ornamental species that were previously planted along the top of the bank, including hydrangeas that are currently located along that split rail fence, which will all be removed. We're going to transplant those to an alternate location. So anything that's non-native will be transplanting out of that 50-foot buffer mitigation area as well as on the bank. And that the trees are going to be removed as marked on the plan. That large oak tree is covered in English ivy, will remain. We'll be treating the English ivy selectively, and then once the vine material is sufficiently degraded, it will be removed from the tree. However, if the tree continues to decline, we will likely have to come back to the commission and remove that tree, which we would then propose to replace with a white oak in the 3 to 4 inch caliper size range. Obviously not nearly as large as that existing tree, and we'll do our best to maintain it. But if we cannot, because it's been degraded too severely by the ivy, we are prepared to replace that with a larger white oak to take its place. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about the vegetation management, the mitigation, or the trees. So I should add, so we're proposing 13 trees, 2 red maples in the 2 to 3 inch caliper range, some amelanchier on the bank where the invasive vegetation is being removed, 1 red bud, hazelnut, American holly trees, as well as eastern red cedars. Oh, I should note that in this corner here on the northeast side, there is some large, I'll show you here, some box and yew that are completely overgrown. And we are proposing to remove those. They're non-native, and we're proposing to replace those with eastern red cedars, which we are not counting as part of the tree mitigation. It's just simply removing the existing box and the yew and then replanting eastern red cedars in that. So I can answer any questions. Would you like me to stop sharing the screen?
Please. Thank you, Teresa. Jen, do you want to start?
Yes, Teresa, so two and the box wood, so that 4 cedars you're planting along that northern property line, those are to count for that vegetation in zone B that you're taking out, even though it's non-native, correct?
Yes, so the vegetation, I don't have the plan up anymore, but the vegetation, that box and that U that I just showed you in the photographs is only in the area of the 2 most westerly cedar trees. And then the other 2 cedar trees that we are proposing is in lawn area. It's currently in lawn. So the 2 easterly most cedars along that kind of northern property line are trees that are going to be planted in lawn area. And the 2 to the west, one is within the 50 and one is just outside of the 50. Those are replacing the box and the U.
Okay, and what about the vegetation on the other side of the house where you have that? It looked like the stakes in the field that the mitigation plantings were in existing vegetation.
Yes, I should have mentioned that, and I also have a photograph. So that's a crabapple tree, which is incredibly overgrown. Again, the property owners really want to try and protect and maintain it. It really needs some pruning and some TLC. The actual trunk of the tree is quite far from where the house is being proposed. It's just got such a wide spread and canopy, and I could share screen again and show you a photograph of that, but it's a crabapple. It's a lovely tree. It's just completely overgrown. So I think with some regenerative pruning, we'll be able to maintain it and it'll stay healthy, and that's the property owner's goals.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Teresa. Oh, wait, one more thing. No, I'm all set for right now. Kevin, Maury got bumped off, Jamie, so I'm gonna try to get her back up and running.
Okay.
Apparently there's internet problems going on in town.
Tim, question for you.
Sure.
Any idea when that timber dock went in?
Oh, yes.
I don't, and I know staff has requested that it be removed. I have spoken with the client. They do want to, we did look to see if it was licensed, so there was any type of approval when we were originally going through all the permits prior to them buying it. So first on their agenda is to redo the house, and then we'll be coming in soon with the application to permit a float out there. So I don't know when, but we can look at some photos and get you that answer. Obviously, we'll need it for when we come in with the next application, but this was their first goal, to redo the house. Although that doesn't really answer what you asked. But
That's all right. That's all right. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to open up to commissioner comments. Betsy?
Okay, I have a couple. One is, how are you going to this is to Teresa. How are you going to prevent, that's a pretty steep bank. How are you going to prevent sediment from going into the water?
So after we do the invasive species removal, it will immediately be seeded and then blanketed with a coconut straw erosion control blanket. And then, so the ground cover layer should reestablish. There's currently no ground cover layer underneath all of that invasive vegetation. So that should reestablish pretty quickly. Once we reach 80% control of the invasive vegetation, it will be completely planted out with woody vegetation as we're showing on the plan.
Okay, I'm just a little worried because that's really steep. And I understand that what's there probably isn't doing a very good job either of maintaining the soil. Presumably that fence is going to be gone.
It will. We can definitely update the note and put a note on the plan that that split rail fence will be removed.
Right.
Okay.
And normally we've been requiring at the minimum single rail
Single
split
rail.
fence. But
Yeah.
between the mitigation and the lawn. And
Yep.
the other question I have is, you specifically say, under goal 3, replace trees to be removed 1-to-1 or removed and then, well, you don't have replaced, but anyway, 1-to-1 with native trees in zone A.
Yeah.
Are you providing any additional trees?
So we're proposing to remove 5 and we're planting 13 total.
Oh,
So there's
alright.
cedars, American holly, redbud, and then we're also planting hazelnut and serviceberry on the coastal bank.
Okay, did you provide caliper inches of the ones you're,
We do on the planting plan. So I'm pulling it up. On the red maples, we're proposing them at 2 to 3 caliper inch trees. The redbud is a 2 to 3 caliper inch. The American hazelnut 1 to 2 caliper inch, and then the holly and the cedars are based on height. That's basically how they're sold commercially. So we're looking at 7 to 8 foot hollies and 7 to 8 foot eastern red cedars. We can put trees in this large because we don't have the kind of exposure issues that we often do on a lot of our really exposed coastal sites. So I feel confident we can get larger trees established on this site.
actually, my question was the flip of that, though. How many caliper inches are you removing?
Oh, I do not have that number.
But in the future, you will, won't you?
I will absolutely get that number for you, and I can probably do it pretty quickly if you have some other questions for Tim.
Lovely to see Tim smile, but no, I don't, I don't have any questions for him.
Okay, I will get that number for you.
I'll ask Tim a question. Tim, that big tree that was removed in the front,
Yes,
that was a beech.
correct.
Yeah, that was a pretty big tree. Did anybody do the age on it?
I
That was so sad.
I do not know that answer.
Yeah, well, I know David from Hamilton has done age some of those trees that have come down, and they're like 150, 160 years old.
You all set, Betsy?
I was giving Teresa a chance to,
Oh,
sorry, I actually had no more questions.
right,
So
we'll
I
come back.
apologize. I was hoping that Tim's plan would have the caliper inches of each of the trees, but it doesn't. So I will get that information for you.
Okay, thanks.
All right,
That's all, Jamie.
thank you. Kevin?
No questions.
Mark?
First thing, just an observation, I was a little disappointed that none of the trees were on the existing plan, especially the trees near the bank, which was kind of confusing to figure out what was where. But anyhow, beyond that, I guess the question I have primarily is I can't quite tell what you're going to do near the bottom of the bank. The bottom of the bank right now is pretty heavily wooded with many small trees, not invasive, just plain trees, a lot of shrubs. And I can't quite tell how we're going to get from exists to this plan, which shows it apparently totally planted in with nursery plants. So how do we get from here to there?
Yeah, so here I am. Okay, so all of the shrub layer on this bank is invasive. There's no native shrubs located on the bank. So basically the the invasive shrubs will all be removed. And then there are some yellow birch, I think. It was hard to identify those actually when we were out in the field, although they should have leafed out so we can get out there. But when we were originally doing our field work, it was hard to get down there to reach them because a lot of the vegetation that's in there is barberry and raspberry. So it was a little bit hard to reach, but those will be remaining. So the goal is not to remove any of the native vegetation from the bank. It's really just to remove the invasive vegetation. There, like I said, there's no native ground cover layer. There's no native shrub layer on that coastal bank. So basically we'd be removing all of the shrub vegetation, getting a ground cover layer established, and then planting the shrub and trees that we're proposing.
Mark, you have to unmute.
I kind of agree with Betsy, that's kind of a steep bank, and if you strip everything off it, you're gonna have a real problem. And it looked to me like there were quite a few shrubs that were not simply vases, actually small trees of 1 to 2 inch caliper, which it looks like the plan is to take them all off. Is the plan to actually take everything off the bank and then replant it?
Everything non-native. So only the non-native vegetation, and then again, the bank will be seeded and it'll be stabilized with erosion control blanket. So the bank will never be left bare.
Okay, well, I just hate to see I didn't go down and catalog each shrub, as everybody's noted, it's kind of steep. But I'd sure hate to see it stripped out and then replanted. First of all, planting on a slope that steep is a little tricky, I'm sure you know. And
Yep.
secondly, there's an awful lot of good root structure underneath that ground that's holding the bank up right now. Also, I suppose you're going to take out that boat ramp or boat hoist that's hiding down in the shrubbery.
I'll let Tim speak to the boat ramp, but I will actually speak to the root question that you have. So the goal here is not to remove the invasive vegetation from the root up. It will be cut, it'll be treated with a systemic and EPA approved systemic herbicide and then be allowed to biodegrade. So that will also help hold that bank structure in place.
That's a good way to do it. I guess that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Maury?
I just had two questions, and one sort of a follow-up with Betsy and Mark. That bank is very steep, and you're proposing 3 red maples right on the edge of the property line on that steep bank, and they're 2.5 to 3 inch caliper. The size of the ball of those are quite substantial and large, and I'm just very curious how you're going to get them down there, how you're going to dig a hole as big as that's needed for those 3 large trees.
So the 2 red maples are located sort of on that southern, it's kind of the aspect of this property is a little bit tilted, but they're located on the southern property line, and they're actually to the west. So there's a stand of, well, I should say a stand. There's 2 very large mature American hollies that are close to the top of the bank. And then the 2 proposed red maples are going to be in an area where there's currently no vegetation at all. It's just lawn, just to the west of that. And you're right, they are substantial sized trees, but the access there is very easy. It's going to be across lawn. We'll get the trees in, and then we'll plant our way out. So there should not be an issue with getting machinery in to get a tree that size in this area.
All right, so I guess I read the legend wrong, because to be honest, they all look alike. The Acer, the Amelanchier, and the Eastern Redbud, it's really hard to tell on your plan which is which. So what are the 3 that are over by the edge of the inland bank, where it says edge of inland bank by the dock? What are those?
Those are serviceberry, and they are going in at a fairly small size, a 7-gallon container.
All right, so it's deceiving that you have that big, huge circle showing that large area, but they're little 7-gallon pots. But at least they can be dug into the bank easier.
Well, we have 3, there's 3 showing, and then just to the north of that in the 50-foot buffer, to the west of that on the northwest, we do have an Amelanchier. A Cercis canadensis, a redbud. And I can see what you're saying, because there's 3 dots that sort of indicate the Cercis canadensis, and then the Acer rubrum on the south side have 1 dot in the middle. And all I can say is we're kind of limited to what CAD provides for us for symbols. So we're doing the best we can.
What you could do is put, JV, whatever on the larger plant, so we can tell. Because the next question I have, and this is to the board. As you know, I have a little angst about when we plant trees along property lines, and the average distance for all the large trees that are planted along the 2 property lines are between 2 to 3 to 4. The furthest one is 5 feet off the property line. And all we do with these projects is we jam the trees on the property line. They're going to overhang on the other people's property when they finally mature. and it's not appropriate. The ball itself on one of these trees is over 2 feet in diameter, and you're only on the I'm going to say it's the west side, and it's a 7 to 8 foot eastern red cedar, I believe, or it could be an American holly because it's hard to tell the emblems. That one is 3 feet off the property line. Whether it's a cedar or a holly, in 10 years, it's going to be over the property line.
So just in speaking to that, if you, just to the east of that line of cedars that are on sort of that northern property line, they run from kind of east to west, just on the opposite property, so the property just to the north, there are existing eastern red cedars, and they are also coming in over the neighboring property onto this property line. And it's the Borden's goal to just blend in with that existing cedar canopy and create that line right up there. So we're basically planting on the Borden's property these eastern red cedars, but the idea is that they're going to blend in with the existing eastern red cedars that are just to the east on the neighboring property to the north.
All right, so on the other side where you have the red maples that are less than 2 feet off the property line.
They are, I can tell you how far they are off the property line. And again, we have an existing, I'm calling it a stand, they're very large American hollies on the eastern portion of that southern property line. And then we're proposing the 2 red maples and then another holly tree just to the west of that. And I can tell you quickly, again, I'm not measuring this in CAD.
I have a scale, it's 3 feet.
Yeah. It's actually 6.9, 6.8 feet off the property line, so it's about 7 feet off. The canopy on that, obviously on a red maple, is going to be much higher than, for instance, on the American hollies. But the existing American hollies, again, we show the approximate spread of those hollies that are to the east, and they are definitely, you know, on the Borden's property, but they're growing into the neighboring property to the south, and they're in really good shape. So I don't think anybody's been cutting them.
I'm not going to beat this horse anymore in the future. We don't want things crammed on the property line. And all they end up being is, I mean, all those are is screening. You've created screening. They just move further up the property line from the resource. So I'm just putting my own 2 cents out there. The rest of the board, whatever they think, but I keep seeing it over and over and over. We get these little lines up the property lines of buffers, and they're getting closer and closer and closer. And I'm looking at the bank, and there's hardly anything as far as trees on the bank. And I think maybe you should think about putting maybe a core log or something at the top, because if you're going to strip out all that loam, and I saw your trucks at Brivogel, which I'm concerned that, you know, I don't know if you check the seed bank in, you know, composted soils, but that area right there, I'm concerned that you're going to strip all that grass out and reseed. And I understand you're going to reseed, but it's still, I haven't figured out yet why your seed's better than what's already there. I'm not going to get into that battle, but I'm worried about erosion and in the future.
Yeah, just to speak quickly, we would absolutely put a straw wattle at the top of the bank when we're doing that work, and I would be happy to, you know, offline, or if you'd like to have the discussion now, I can. The reality is the turf grasses are up there, are cool season European pasture grasses, and what we're proposing to put in that area are native warm season grasses, little blue stem, autumn bent grass, that are much deeper rooted. You know, you got the 1-inch root system on European turf lawn, and the native grasses have a much deeper root system and actually provide more in the way of soil stabilization.
Well done.
Okay, Teresa, just to be clear, you'd be willing to put an additional row of straw wattles at the top?
Yeah, absolutely, at the top of the coastal bank, yes.
If we, okay. Jen?
I have something for Teresa. Teresa, it's something to follow up on Maury just said. You're not getting your soils from Brivogel, are you?
I didn't hear that. I'm getting the soils from where?
The town?
No, If anything, we are, if anything, we may have been bringing some debris. I don't know.
Okay,
I'd have to check with my crew, but absolutely not. We are not.
thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that for Maury. I don't want soil being used out of the town's
Absolutely. And
Call it
yeah, we would
storage.
not be bringing any soil in here. We'd
No.
be
Yeah.
digging into the existing soil.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Jen, you good?
I am good.
Thank you. Russ,
I'm good, Mr. Chairman.
Steve?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Jen, could you clarify that about the town soil?
Oh, only because it has a lot of invasives in it. So we just are spreading invasives everywhere when we use it. So that's what it was.
Yeah, I can verify that it has a lot of weed seed in it.
Yeah.
I
Really unfortunate. It's very unfortunate, but it does. So yeah.
just a little more temperature. I was following up on Mark's comments. I think it's a challenging bank to work on, but I think you clarified it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen, do we have any public chat comments?
No, not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Tim, what's the driveway gonna be?
It'll be,
comprised of?
it currently it's a cobbled driveway. It'll be paved when it's all said and done.
Has that been accounted for in the mitigation?
It's outside of jurisdiction. It's beyond the 100 feet.
Yeah, you're right, I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right. What are you thinking?
Make a motion to close and take it under advisement. Gladfilter.
Patton, second.
Thank you. All right. There are no further comments. We're going to take the vote. We have a motion and a second to close the hearing. All right. Betsy,
Gladfilter, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Ernie, aye.
Maury,
Carlo Hawks, aye.
Russ,
Robbins, aye.
Steve.
Patton, aye. Mr. Bird's on board.
Yeah, but he wasn't at the beginning. It's unanimous. The hearing is closed. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you for your time.
Have a good night.
Have a good weekend, Tim.
Well, I'll be back in a little while, so I'll say it at the end of the night.
Oh,
More fun
Have
and
a
games.
good weekend, Teresa.
have a good weekend, Teresa.
Have a good weekend, Teresa.
Okay, Chair recognizes that Commissioner Byrd has joined the party. Okay, next up, under notice of intent, Lucy Greer, 77 Barneck Road, Woods Hole, Falmouth, Mass. For permission to reconstruct an existing deck, replace an existing post and rail fence, and to conduct invasive species management on a coastal dune.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am promoting Mr. McGrath up as a panelist to present the project and a representative from Wilkinson Ecological.
Okay. Mr. McGrath, whenever you're ready.
Yes, I would like to split my screen so I can show you the plan. I assume you can see the plan.
Mike, I can't see the plan.
Not yet. Are you sharing?
I'm trying to share.
This is why I upload the plans on my computer, Mike, specifically for you. Do you want me to bring up your plan, Mike?
Yes, please.
Your existing conditions plan, correct?
Yes, yes. Yep.
All right, Mr. Chairman, give me 1 second.
Mike, maybe Jen can teach you how to do this before the next time.
I'm having a problem. Hang on.
He's done it before.
I thought Jen had to bring it up.
All right, hang on, guys. Now I'm having a problem.
I have a copy of that plan too, if that's helpful.
Can you bring it up? Can you?
And you might have to bring that up for us. Just can't get it onto the right screen for some reason.
Oh, it's
Beautiful home.
Hey, good.
There
Thank
we
you.
go.
This is Michael McGrath. This site is located at the entrance to Penzance. There's a house on the north side of Barneck Road. It's a very long house when you come to it. The house is basically it's on the neck of a peninsula that connects Penzance Point to Woods Hole. On the north side or the house side of the structure, there is a beach and dune. The land is in a velocity zone. The north side's top of the wave, projected wave is elevation 16, and there's a blue line running through the middle of the lot, and on the south side or the lower side, it's in a VE zone at elevation 15. Across the street is a dune, and it's got a lot of Rosa Rugosa, a beach, and then Great Harbor. On the other side, the body of water is Buzzards Bay. So we filed a notice of intent to accomplish a couple of different activities. It turns out that the existing deck needs to be rebuilt. So we have described that they will take the deck apart and rebuild it in place. Since we cannot I can't fit underneath it. I don't know anybody that could fit. I'm not sure of the condition. If it turns out that, you know, some of the framing is rotted, we will replace the frame. So we are going to repair the deck. It'll be in the exact same footprint. And then there is going to be some additional work that's basically will be described by Wilkinson's that describes how they're going to perform certain improvements to the dune vegetation and remove invasives. So I'd like to turn it over or have you recognize Wilkinson.
Hi, thank you. So I'm Katrine Higgins from Wilkinson Ecological. It's nice to be before you tonight. Oh, you know what? I can switch to our plan. There we go. So the project before you proposes restoration spanning over about 10,600 square feet of this property. And of course, it's consisting of invasive plant removal and native plant restoration. And it's all in an effort to preserve and enhance the dune community that's existing here, which of course is a really important community around here. Their coastal dunes are significant to storm damage protection and flood control. They're also significant in the protection of wildlife habitat. And at this site, this plant species composition within this dune area varies depending on where you're located in the dune. The three most common species found here are the native American beach grass, the non-native Rugosa rose, and the invasive Asiatic bittersweet. And so while the Rugosa rose and the bittersweet, they both possess traits that allow them to tolerate the salt spray and the shifting sands that you would find at a site like this. These two species don't possess the deep fibrous root systems that some of the native species possess, such as the American beach grass. And that's really what you want, that deep fibrous root system in an area that's so exposed and dynamic. So we're proposing to remove the invasive and non-native plants. And we really describe that in some detail in our land management plan. We're proposing to do this entirely by hand with no machinery. And once the removal takes place, we'd like to plant all the areas left barren. There is native vegetation throughout the area, so it's not a full-blown removal. There's going to be some native vegetation existing, such as bayberry and the American beach grass that I mentioned. So the pockets that remain barren, we would be planting those immediately with plugs, and that's shown right here on our restoration plan. American beach grass, little blue stem pathrush, poverty grass, and salt marsh hay. Probably about 2,500 to 3,000 plugs of those species would be planted immediately after we're removing the non-native and invasive vegetation. And then we would be proposing to plant additional woody species in the area where the invasives were located more intensely, and that's in this hatch here. Sorry about that yellow box. I don't know why that keeps on popping up, but scrub oak, bayberry, beach plum, and Carolina rose within this hatch, which is in this area and in this area. And restoring and enhancing this native plant community in the dune resource area will improve conditions for native dune plants. It will improve the wildlife habitat interest. It will slow the spread of invasive species on other nearby sites. And it will improve and maintain the storm damage and flood control functions that dunes are so important to provide. And just to summarize, we're proposing to remove, we're supposing over 10,600 square feet of this site, remove the invasives and non-native species, and replant with dune plant community, all just to enhance and protect this plant community and the resource area in general. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, as well as Mike.
Thank you, Katrin.
Yep.
If you could unshare your screen,
Sure, of course.
please.
Yeah.
Thank you. Jen, do you want to start?
My only question, Caitlin, maybe you covered this or not, is did we talk about the rows on the Great Harbor side?
Yes, we do. In the land management plan, and I believe we have a note about that or two on our
You
plan.
want to prune that annually to a height of 1 foot?
So there's bittersweet in the area currently.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea is we did this on another project and it was successful because of if this rugosa wasn't in this specific spot, we would be proposing to remove it and start fresh and plant a native plant community that would be appropriate for that area. But as we described on page 4 of our land management plan, that's a heavily trafficked area. There's boats stored in that area. And this applicant is very cognizant of being a good neighbor. And so in an effort to because it's such a dynamic and exposed site, we felt like it didn't make any sense to just start fresh there. That for example, if a storm came in when there was no plants growing there, it could be quite detrimental. So we're proposing to cut the rugosa down. That way we can treat the bittersweet. There's a lot of bittersweet coming up in that area. Cut the rugosa down and then allow it to regrow. And I think that we're saying 3 feet in height would be probably what it would grow to each year. But we felt like, and we talked about this a lot within our office, because of this condition right there, we thought that was the best way of getting rid of the invasive bittersweet, but also protecting that area, the stability of that area.
So your plan says rugosa rose will be annually pruned to 1 foot. That's the size of this scale. Yeah,
I know what 1 foot is. But
yeah. So how my question goes to your point that you felt like denuding that area was going to if a storm came through. How is vegetation pruned annually? And it won't grow 2 feet to 3 feet in one season. how is that going to be any better than removing the rows? Or since your company has demonstrated you can go into a dune area and systematically and selectively remove invasives, why can't you do that in this area and leave the rows?
Like that project in Dennis, we found that it's much easier to get to the bittersweet. We could do it that way, but we thought that made sense. I mean, the root system of the rugosa would stay there, and we would be cutting it back in the spring. I mean, and then allowing it to regrow, so that through the summer months it would be regrowing.
It's not going to grow 2 feet in one season. So, I mean, your plan says annually. You want to annually prune it to 1 foot. So that's the concern of the staff. If we start allowing this type of activity,
sure,
is it going to stop? And like I said, this, our restoration companies that come before us have proven and say they can systematically leave native species in restoration areas. If the rugosa rose is so important to this area, why can't it be left and the bittersweet be removed that way? So everybody probably thought I was going to have questions on your dune restoration, but it's actually the pruning of the rose on the Great Harbor side that the staff has the biggest concerns with. I think those were really our only comments. Kevin?
Yeah, would you mind just pulling up your plan again and sharing it for me, please? I just had a question with the 4,400 square foot dune project area, and then in the writing there it says that it's going to be American beach grass and other appropriate grasses. But I believe you had said that it's actually going to be woody indigenous shrubs. I just wanted to have some clarification there.
Good question. Yeah, it would be both. So there's the list of shrubs that we would be planting, but that would take place about a year later, just so we can manage the bittersweet, especially the bittersweet. It's quite bad in the site. So we would immediately plug the area to stabilize it with the grass species here that are listed here. And I guess that's probably not clear, but that list would continue, would be also planted in this area. And then in addition to that, the shrubs.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to Commissioners. Betsy?
I have no comments. Be glad to see this project done. It would be nice to have a nice dune community there.
Thank you. Katrin, would you start?
Oh, sure. Sorry.
No, that's okay, but thank you. It's easier to see everybody.
Yeah.
Okay. Courtney?
Yeah, I think the Rosa rugosa is the right thing to leave there, and I think Jen, I disagree. I think it will grow. It'll come back real quick and grow more than a foot in a year. The other question I have, could you clarify again or go over? Once you cut that Rosa rugosa back, you're trying to get rid of all the bittersweet roots run all through that. How are you doing this?
We would be doing it with a cut and wipe method with herbicide, the triclopyr. Very targeted.
Okay, so you're not. So you wouldn't just cut it right down. You'd wipe. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
And how you think that's pretty effective?
Yes. Definitely.
Okay. Yeah. You have to do it again after a year?
Yes, likely, because the plants are so persistent, the bittersweet.
Yeah,
And
that's
but
been my
it
experience.
would, to Jen, to your point, it's the first cutting it down to a foot. The first season would be really helpful to be able to do, because that's when it's going to be the worst. The bittersweet popping up. But if you or the commission has other thoughts on how to, for the subsequent years, maybe there's an alternative that we could do instead. But that first year would be really the most critical and helpful for our crews to be able to cut it down and then treat the bittersweet.
Okay, and I understand that. It was the word annually on your plan and in your management plan that really kind of caught the staff's attention.
Sure.
I mean, annually means every year, and it's not going to grow 2 feet. Sorry, Courtney, I really don't believe Rosa rugosa even grows that fast in 1 year. So it's constantly mowing that down every year. And I just want your client to be aware that once the order of conditions is over, that's not going to happen. So I think the commission does need to have a discussion. If they do allow that first year to assist your crew in cutting the bittersweet back, that's fine. But subsequent years, I really think the commission needs to have a discussion about whether they want to allow that 1 foot height.
And I would agree with that, Jen. I was just working on the first year.
No, I know, but the plan does say annually. So that means every year in my
I mean, do you anticipate that you can get rid of this stuff in like 2 years to get rid of the bittersweet?
I'd say it's going to be, we're going to have it at certainly 3 years. I mean, birds come in and new news, there's no telling what new sprigs might pop up, but within the 2 to 3 years, it's really held at bay if we're doing our job correctly, which hopefully we do.
Are you suggesting you'll get like 85 to 90% the first year, and then it's kind of more like maintenance?
Right. Yeah.
Can you use so after the second year, for example, would you really have to cut the Rosa rugosa back, or could you use a cut and drip method because you'd have it still under control?
That's where, if that would be more amenable, like I think that could work for us.
Okay.
That first year, and then it's the amount of bittersweet is going to be decreasing after that first year. So I think that we could work with that.
I don't mean to jump in. Where exactly was this done in Dennis?
Right along the what's the body of water? I can't think of it right now. But a coastal, right along the coast there. I can't recall the body of exact area, but it was one of our projects.
Okay, thank you.
Courtney, all set?
I'm good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kevin?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah, but do you have any comments? Never mind.
No comments.
Mark?
Yes, I have a couple comments. The first one regarding the 6 existing cedar trees on the northeast section of the property. They look in really bad shape. Have you assessed them? What do you think about them? They're really burned.
And I believe those were with a previous filing.
They look like
And in the winter, when we did most of our site work, they were actually wrapped because I think to try to save and protect them. But yeah, they're struggling because it's such an exposed site.
And they were presumably part of a previous mitigation plan, so there's some requirement to keep them growing. I can imagine they're going to have to be replaced. They look, as you say, really, really tough.
we found that in such an exposed site, trees have more success if you plant them smaller, and then they can acclimate to the conditions. So I don't know what size they were when they went in, but we always try with the wind that probably comes through here in the middle of the winter, to plant smaller. They
Okay,
can
I think you should do a serious evaluation of them, and I would propose to replace them as part of this plan. The second observation I make, I sort of wandered through a lot of that on the Buzzards Bay side, and there's a tremendous amount of Rosa rugosa there. And if you take all that out, there's not going to be much of anything left. In fact, it might be the point where you might want to prepare a planting plan, because you might have 150 shrubs in there or more, because it's really heavy with Rosa rugosa, and with that gone, there won't be much of anything left in large part of it. So we might need more of simply a plant, put grass there or whatever, but it's going to take a lot of planning to fix that up. If you take the Rosa rugosa out, which I personally don't like taking it out. I think it's a great, tough, durable, lively shrub for this kind of environment, even though it's, quote, invasive. But I guess that's all I have.
Thank you. Maury?
Not much to say. I think the in decline, maybe they will rally, but you are correct, Caitlin, to plant smaller ones and maybe just start interspersing some, 18-inch ones, or, even 12-inch ones, little native ones all inside there, because you're going to get probably 50 to 60% dieback anyway.
Yeah.
And that way it'll keep up when they do live, you'll be in compliance with your order. I'm with Jen on the Rosa rugosa. I would like to see you maybe think about interspersing some native woody indigenous in there once you get it under control, just a couple pockets of bayberry or something, so you have a little more substantial wood shrub there for storm surge, things like that.
Are you talking about right in here, in this area?
Well,
We can't see you.
Oh, sorry.
First, I was talking about the Buzzards Bay side for the cedars.
Okay.
And the other
The
side.
Great Harbor side?
Yeah, to put something, not just having it pure Rosa rugosa, but just maybe some pockets of beach plum or bayberry, so you have some structure in there, and and it will actually hold if there's a storm. That's all. Thank you.
That's an idea that we talked about in our office, was to remove some of the rugosa and plant within it, so that it was more of like a long-term phased planting in that area.
Okay. For the record, Chair recognizes Commissioner Peter Walsh has joined the meeting earlier. Maury, if you're all set. Peter, do you have any comments?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
I agree with Jen on this one. No other comments.
Thank you. Russ?
No comment.
Steve?
Thank you. I had a question about the boats on the beach. Under normal circumstances, that might not be allowed. I understand it facilitates a lot of leisure activity, but do we have a policy on this?
Usually we don't allow the boats to be stored on the dunes or anything like that. We would suggest they build some sort of, kayak rack or dinghy rack. There is always a problem in that area with the boat storage on that area. Steve.
So we just allow a good neighbor policy. Fine. I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Okay. Jen, do we have any public comments?
The only one we had was Peter letting me know he was here. No, there's no chat.
All right.
Public comment on this one.
Can I just clarify one thing? I just
Please.
realized that the project that I was talking about, it was in Yarmouth. It's not Dennis. It's on the Yarmouth side of Bass River. Sorry. Just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you.
Mark?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to comment a little bit more about that. I was looking over the plan a little more closely, and it looks like a great deal of the dune on the Buzzards Bay side is going to be more or less cleared. The diagonal striped part of it, which has a great deal of Rosa Grossa right now, if that's all taken out, it'll pretty much be cleared. And then we'll be left with a lot of beach grass, which, I don't know. We sort of
Which
like, but it's not very effective as a protection on an area which has any kind of overwash. If it has simply wind-blown sand, that works pretty well, but with no protection against overwash, I don't particularly like that idea at all. I don't think it's protects the dune. I think it makes the dune very vulnerable, just replacing all that pretty tough Rosa Rugosa with beach grass. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Just
Any further comments?
Can I just follow up on Mark's statement? Sorry, Jamie, it's Jen. I agree with you, Mark, because I mean the statement before was they didn't want to get rid of the Rosa Rugosa on the bay side because of a storm event. Well, the storm event's coming, storm events on Buzzards Bay can be pretty brutal too. So I do tend to agree with you, Mark.
And our land management plan also talked about the foot traffic in that area. That was a concern also, is just to control foot traffic. I mean, beach grass is primarily one of the best, the root system of the beach grass is what you want to hold that area in place. And that's why it's the dune community, you find beach grass growing so well in that community. It's a huge part of that community. That's why we were focused in that area for the grass species, really hold the soils in place and then plant where the plants are going to have a little less, the shrubs are going to have a little less exposure in other areas that they'll tend to do better.
Usually when you see a dune community with the grasses, you see the native shrubs growing within that. So it's not all just mainly beach grass. You do see a shrub community kind of interspersed with that beach grass.
And there is bayberry growing in there. It's just so wind prone that it's hard, it's small.
Okay.
We felt that if we started planting bayberry in there, it's not going to do well. So we thought to focus the the shrub community in areas where it will be more protected.
Mm-hmm.
So when a dune community starts, the first plants that are there are beach grass.
Mm-hmm.
And they establish a root system and start changing the soil that makes it more favorable for woody shrubs to come in.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
You would expect to see shrubs to move into that area over time. And that's how a dune community matures.
Right.
And if there's some, if there's some bayberry that are there, then they should be left. Any native plants that are there should be left.
Completely agree. So that's exactly our focus, is to get rid of the bad stuff, plant the beach grass so that it can start from fresh, and then allow the shrubs to come in on their own and allow the plant community to establish on its own. That's a tiny bayberry is going to be more successful than if we plant a bayberry in that area. But the beach grass is the first step, as you're saying. That's exactly what our approach was.
And the roots, for those of you who haven't looked at profiles of beach grass, those roots go way down. They're the first thing that stabilizes the sand. And then they die and over time and put more organic material into the soil that makes a soil that's favorable for woody species.
Yes, I understand that, Betsy. But look exactly where the grass area of the dune is being proposed, as in relation to where the woody material is being proposed.
Well, I have to admit, I did wonder why there was a split in that,
Because that's where the deck is.
in those two areas.
Yep. All has to do with the deck.
Anything else? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I don't want to close this hearing until this question is resolved, because otherwise we're going to have the plan that's here and people are going to propose something different. So if there's something different that people want, it has to be articulated now.
Okay,
I agree, Betsy.
Jen, is that something that, you guys could work out with them? I mean, if we continue this, if
Yes, I guess we could. It would not be, probably would not be able to be on the, timing wise, it would have to bump this back though, because I would not be able to meet until, so I would not be able to meet until next Wednesday or Thursday, Wednesday or Friday. So it would be probably June 10th that we would have a continuance to.
Katrin, you can't do this.
And I can get together with you on a Zoom call and we can talk about it some more if you'd like. We can.
You can't do this work until late next fall, right? I mean, you wouldn't plant beach grass now.
We would have to have irrigation set up to plant beach grass now. But we were hoping to do some of the removal. I mean, we didn't really talk about it, what time-wise. I wanted to get your thoughts. Yeah, it could be probably in the fall.
Well, Katrin, is this something you're amenable to, working with staff to iron out some of these bugs?
Yeah, I guess it would be helpful to know exactly what the commission is looking for in terms of changes to the plan.
I think they're looking for a replacement to any Rosa. There's two choices. I mean, I would rather not have Rosa rugosa there because it's not native. But if you're not going to have Rosa rugosa, then there should be some woody shrubs in that area.
Okay.
That's
In addition to the grass.
correct.
And it will probably get to the point of requiring some assessment of how much woody shrubs, because as I said, it looked like there's a lot of Rosa rugosa in there.
Well, that's up to Jen and Katrin to discuss.
We can meet on site.
Okay.
All right,
So just one quick, Caitlin, if we met on site, let's say next Wednesday or Friday, could you get a revised plan to us by June 3rd for June 10th hearing? Would that work for your time scale? That would? Okay. All right.
so Katrin and or Mike McGrath, are you open to this idea? I mean, otherwise it doesn't look all that favorable right now, so.
Yes, I request a continuance to the date that was just mentioned.
June 10th. I make that motion.
Okay.
Second.
Bird, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue this until June 10th. Are there any further comments? I'm going to take the vote. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Ernie, aye.
Maury,
Carlo Hawk's eye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Russ,
Robbins, aye.
Steve. Aye. It is unanimous. The hearing is continued until June 10th. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Next up, Rosemary E. Murphy, 23 Green Pond Road, East Falmouth, Mass, for permission to construct an addition that connects the existing dwelling to the garage and to install mitigation plantings.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am promoting Tom Bunker up for this project. And if IT could move Mr. McGrath back down into the attendee list, I would appreciate it. I am unable to do that on my end. Bye, Mike.
Mike,
Hi, Tom.
Hi. Glad to be promoted.
Good evening, Mr. McGrath, Mr. Bunker, sorry. You're up whenever you're ready.
Oh, thank you. For the record, my name is Tom Bunker with BSS Design, and we prepared, wait, share a screen. Let's see.
Please.
Okay.
Not up, there it is.
Okay. This plan. You see this plan now?
Yes.
23 Green Pond Road is toward the north end of Green Pond, where it's not sure if it's technically called Green River, but it is a riverfront area. So I'll get with to that first. We have the inner riparian zone, 100 feet deep. This blue line going through here, cutting through the house, and the outer riparian zone, 200 feet. The entire lot is within the riverfront area. The water body is in flood zone AE elevation 15, and then there's AE elevation 13, which of course runs up to the 13-foot contour. This is a steep slope. A lot of it is steeper than 10 to 1, actually steeper than 4 to 1. And so in the location here up toward behind the garage, the coastal bank runs up the hill to the point where that slope drops below 4 to 1. There's this brown line through here is the coastal bank that drops down around, and it's just barely under 4 to 1 in this location where it runs below the house. So the coastal bank is coincident with the flood zone. In 2012, we filed a notice of intent to permit the reconstruction of the existing house and the house which was built. And as part of that reconstruction, there was an increase in coverage in A and B zones and in the riverfront area, which resulted in a requirement for mitigation planting in this area down by the water. I guess I can also mention that there's a salt marsh along the water in this location, which of course has a zone A, which runs up through the house and the garage, and the zone A of the coastal bank includes the entire house and garage, and then the coastal bank zone B runs up through and basically covers the rest of the lot. The required mitigation planting at that time was right down here. I don't have the area required, but it was on here. And in the staff report, they mentioned that there was planting done on the south side of the path to the pond, and that Jesse Hamilton started. I have a note here to replant this mitigation area from 2014 is when it was put in, to replant the dead or missing shrubs. And he felt that what he was planting, or the reason it died, was that didn't like it under the shade, so he planted some on the south side of the path in this location. When we did this survey at the time, there was lawn area up to this location, but it was no understory in 2012 to 14 up to this line, going well up most of the lot, most of the bank in there. Recently, the area further north from that had been mowed out somewhat since 2014. and a set of steps, a landing in the back of the garage, and some steps built into the slope, another landing and more steps running down the back of the garage were put in after we did the compliance plan. On this plan, we have all of this structure to be removed, how it's crossed, it's hatched through here, the landing and the steps. But we do have for the these couple of retaining walls to remain as they currently hold back the slope. These steps were included as part of the on the compliance plan, as part of the notice, the order of conditions from 2012. The walks were in there at the time, but they actually were wider with crushed stone and were narrowed down with grass since that time. So these are the conditions now that has been cleared here. Some areas, some structures been built. There's also a small platform down here just to access the water, and we have noted that is to be removed at this time, and then perhaps we'll file later to put a little access platform in when this particular project is over. On the proposed plan, we have this this reddish area here. Tuscan red, I think, is the Prismacolor. They put in this location here. It's a connector between the house and the garage, with an open porch here along the face of it, facing toward the road. And this addition has a hallway, mudroom, laundry room. Laundry is currently down in the basement. And of course, none of us are getting any younger, and they want to bring some of these things back up to be all on, I think, one-story living, and make it more convenient to live on one story and have the garage attached to the house. As mitigation for that, here we have, there we go, 534 square feet of increase in coverage times triple is 1,602 square feet of mitigation planting, which is shown as this area and this area through here. And that does not include this this previous mitigation area is still to be replanted, but the new mitigation areas here and here, 1,600 square feet. This area we have colored in a little bit. The steps and all will be removed, as this was a recently cleared area. It's 1,090 square feet, approximately, in this area to be replanted. And also replanting in the area as a disturbed area in the riverfront to replant in this middle area between the two retaining walls. It's another 125 or so square feet in this location. So we have 1,090 square feet here, 125. The 1,050 of new mitigation requirement here. And no, that's 570 there and 1,050 in here, plus replanting what had been required before. The previous house had all these stone drip strips along them to catch the roof runoff that we still have on the street side of the house to drip into their garden or into a drip strip, but on the water side, that won't work. We'll have a gutter along this side of the addition, the water side of the addition, which will probably collect some of the garage roof also, and have it piped down to 2 dry wells. The only place to put them is down at the bottom of the stairs down here. We have the limit of work running from the garage corner down and around the flood zone and over to the house at the lower level. The access for some of this work will be along the bottom side of the house, particularly to get at the install the dry wells. I did review it was in the staff report where I talked to Jen, riverfront planting. I did review our previous plan, and we had included 2-to-1 riverfront area in addition to the 3-to-1 Falmouth planting requirement. And I had misinterpreted some of that when I was putting this together. And so we think we'll owe you another, basically double the 534. I'll have to calculate that exactly. I think it should be double the 534, which is the increase in coverage. That would be another 1,068 square feet of planting that put into this area here. Then I think pretty much the entire bank will be planted, but I'll have to see exactly how that fits. We need a continuance to add that planting back in. So other than requesting request the continuance, possibly to 2 weeks. I'm not sure. I have to talk with Jen about it, but maybe she might think so. If then to whatever hearing is available.
Okay. Anything else, Tom?
No, that's it. I'll stop the share if you're ready for questions. I'm ready.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Tom, one question before, are these new owners since the 2014 project?
They're the same owners.
Okay. Jen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. First of all, disappointed in the property owner that, we issue an order of conditions and it's disregarded. Either not complied with, and then additional work is done on the property. So that's always discouraging to see. It doesn't really give the staff a lot of faith that this order of conditions, if you issue, would be followed the way it should be. That said, Tom is right. We did have a discussion. It's in the staff report. Much like your DCPC regs, your riverfront regs, the riverfront requires mitigation and FWR requires mitigation, and that can't be combined. So before, recently there was a project in McCoy. Tom said before when he looked at this project, so that does need to be included in this plan. So Tom, thank you for looking into that a little bit closer. And I'd like to remind the board, when you're looking at a riverfront project, riverfront is really protected by the state, and you have very specific riverfront regulations in the state act. And you really should review the alternatives analysis and redevelopment. The very first thing is, at a minimum, the proposed work shall result in an improvement over existing conditions of the capacity of the riverfront area to protect the interests identified in the Wetlands Protection Act, and go down from there. So I think, Tom, your argument would be putting all these plants in is definitely going to better protect the riverfront area. Well, what if in 3 years these plants are gone again?
Enforcement order?
Yes.
So
a couple of questions.
anyway, I just would ask the board during the time that Tom needs the continuances to really review your riverfront regulations. So other than that, I think that was it. There's a lot of picnic tables and structures and everything, Tom. Those are all going to be removed, correct?
I have to remove to make way for the mitigation.
Okay.
Yes.
And in the area where, if you share your screen again, Tom, I'm gonna point something out.
Yeah.
I think Alyssa included the picture in your staff report. If you could share your screen again, Tom, thank you. Down at the lower area where you have the 1,050 square feet of proposed mitigation plantings, that area right there.
Yeah.
That's kind of that picture where that picnic table is. So there looks like there's plantings already there.
Well, I think that's what I said, Jesse Hamilton
Okay.
Tree started doing some planting.
He did start doing some planting.
Yes.
Is the order of conditions from the previous order is not valid though?
No.
So we're working on a coastal bank with no.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further comments, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Kevin Newton.
Nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Betsy,
I have no questions, thanks.
Courtney,
Do you have architecturals for this project?
I have it in plan view, but no, I don't have elevation drawings of it. I can pull up
Does the garage contain habitable space? Is that the plan?
No, it's no habitable space. There's a tractor. I think it's just a one bay garage because there's a on the side closer to the house. It's just a human sized door, and then but it's no habitable space. It's storage, and I believe he has a tractor in it.
And the breezeway is 1 story?
Yes. It's basement area, I believe, and one story. It's not 2.
Right. In other words, there's not access from the second floor of the house to the second floor of the garage.
There is no second floor of the garage. No.
Okay. I have no other questions.
thank you. Kevin,
No questions.
Mark,
Just clarify and make sure I understand this. The current steps going down to the water will be removed, and there's a dock and a float up near the garage, which will presumably be not used. Is that right?
By current steps, you mean the ones behind the garage?
No, the steps that go down to the water, where there's a dock and float up near the garage, which will presumably roll down and drop into the water next to those steps sometime.
Right. It wasn't there when I was there last, but the steps that are near the house are not to be removed.
No, the ones I mean are right down at the foot of the bank at the water.
Oh, okay. Yeah, anything down there is to be removed.
So they'll be removed and the dock will not be used unless you choose to go ahead and try to get that permitted.
We will see what we can permit.
Thank you. That's all.
thank you. Maury,
No comment.
Peter,
Tom, could you clarify the additional mitigation square feet, not the old one, but the additional one proposed? The total change from the plans to the coming meeting.
Want me to show you on the screen, or is that you just wanted to know the numbers?
Can you repeat your question?
Well, I just want to make sure that the mitigation, the additional mitigation, that you are going to have it on your revised drawings is the same number of square feet that Jen is expecting.
It will be it'll be at least double What I have is the increase in coverage in zone A is 534 square feet. And the riverfront requires 2-to-1 mitigation. So
And you're already proposing 125 feet of mitigation. So if you're looking at that 1,068 square feet to for the riverfront mitigation, correct, Tom?
yes,
You're already proposing 125 square feet, so it's just the difference.
yeah, 1,000,
So around 850, rounded up a little bit.
900 or something. but
Yeah, something like that, around there.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page.
Yeah. Tom and I had a discussion this afternoon about that.
Thank you, Rob.
No comments.
Steve?
Comments, thank you.
All right. Jen, are there any public chat comments?
Doesn't appear so, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, so we're looking at a continuance. Do you have a date, Jen?
June 10th is looking pretty good. So, Tom, do you think you could get a plan together by June 10th? Or
June.
let me look at the
June 3rd?
June 3rd, right?
June 3rd for the 10th meeting?
I'm looking right now at the 3rd. Hang on. We could do the 3rd.
No, we need the plan
Oh.
for 3rd.
Tom.
Yeah.
One second, Betsy. Tom, could you get a plan to us by next Wednesday, given it's Memorial Day weekend, or on June 3rd? So you can have either the 3rd, which means the plan has to be in the office by Wednesday, or the 10th, which means the plan has to be in the office by June 3rd.
I can have well, let me ask, on doing a plan, is it sufficient to show the area and not a full plant list like I usually, is it sufficient to show just the area as I usually do and not a detailed plant list?
Yes.
Then I can do it for by next Wednesday.
Okay, then you can have June 3rd.
Okay.
Make a motion to continue to June 3rd.
Bird second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue this hearing till June 3rd. I'll take the vote. Betsy?
Gladfilter, aye.
Courtney?
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin?
O'Brien, aye.
Mark?
Really? Aye.
Maury?
Carlo Hawks, aye.
Peter?
Walsh, aye.
Russ?
Robbins, aye.
Steve?
Patton, aye.
Is unanimous. The hearing will be continued until June 3rd. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
All right. Next up are continued hearings under a notice of intent. First up is Anastasios Parafestis, trustee, 160 Penzance Road, Woods Hole, Falmouth, Mass, for permission to install a 12 by 20 foot pool, stone pool terrace, stone retaining walls, stone steps, pool utilities, lighting, fencing, drainage, and all associated clearing, excavation, grading, irrigation, landscaping, and mitigation plantings. Jen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I promoted Mr. McGrath up to present the project.
Thank you. Mr. McGrath, whenever you're ready.
Good evening. My name's Mike McGrath. I'm a registered engineer and professional land surveyor, and my firm prepared the plan. Whoops. I would like to share the screen.
Yeah, you did it, Mike. Oh, no, that's my screen.
I don't know what happened. Share.
There you are.
There you go, Mike.
All right. What I want to do is, this is the site of the application. This is a significant shape and unique shape parcel in Penzance. The resource areas are starting at the street is that it's in a flood zone. Then there is a freshwater wetland on this side of the street. And then there's a freshwater wetland on that side of the street. Then there's a There's a velocity zone that basically follows the water line more or less. There's then two other AE zones. There's a significant house that's located right here. There's significant landscaping all the way around. There's existing retaining walls that are quite large in size. And there is uh, basically a walled-in garden with what a friend of mine called he calls it the Smirnoff garden because it looks like a Smirnoff bottle of vodka from from space. And the proposal is to add an existing, to propose to build a new retaining wall and then put in a 12 by 20 pool in this location. There's also going to be a proposed pit that would drain excess runoff that would run excessive volume water from rain events, and then would also be available to drain the pool. The proposed work lies within basically within an A zone for the edge of the water here, and some of it lies in a B zone. This is a completely unique piece of land, and what I wanted to make sure that you're aware of, that you have denied this pool before, and what the denial is that you are ignoring that this edge of the water, you're treating it like it's a natural edge of water. And so what I've shown you is that a series of photographs. This is the basically this is the house here. This is Great Harbor, Woods Hole's in the background. This wall was built in, I think, several years ago. It was a reinforced concrete wall, and it's solid. And you can actually walk around the wall, and you can see the footing. And I have various pictures that show the wall. It rings the entire, almost all the entire site. And so my only conclusion from the reading the previous denial, where you say we're going closer to the water, you are ignoring the fact that this wall exists. And if you ignore the wall exists, I don't know how to. I don't know how you can get to that point. This wall's not invisible. I've actually walked around the perimeter of the wall and I've looked at it. If I could go back to our site plan, I walked that wall continually. There's a little bit of a yellow brownish algae at the base here, but it's clear on this side. What's not clear here is that there's a stacked ruck system right here. So when I look at what is the most pressing environmental problem in Falmouth, I wrote you a description that the biggest problem you have by far is the health of the estuaries. We face hundreds of millions of dollars worth of basically sewers to try and fix the estuaries. Here is someone that put this in voluntarily a long time ago. That system works, and it's taking it was identified as having a discharge limit of about 25 at the base. I don't have any recent tests; they're all low, but it was over that at the in the stone layer. But underneath it, there'll be another 20% loss. So there's about 2/3 of the total nitrogen lost here. Now, this is a seasonal house. It is occupied on some weeks. So the bottom line is that, first of all, no matter what, the edge of this wetland is absolutely unique. And if you think about what you assume that the edge of wetland is the reason you want to put plants in is to reduce man's impact from trampling the wetland. You're trying to establish a buffer that will prevent erosion, and you're trying to keep man away from it. You're also trying to prevent the discharge of dissolved pollutants, and you're trying to protect them from shading. So my point is that the only thing this doesn't do is promote wildlife habitat. And I think you should pay attention to it, that it's actually unique. The second thing I want to say is I'm going to go back to the plan. I have filed written testimony, and if you look at the written testimony, it admits that we made a mistake in the calculation of some of the areas on site. And so what we are showing now is that there's now, we are adding the right amount of plants that were required when under a previous approval. And so that area will be the same as what was required way back a long time ago. The previous approval included a larger pool. So we are going to plant the area that's shaded in bold green, and there is enough plants on site to satisfy your conditions for increased resource area buffer plants because of the increased impervious area. So in my written description, I described the numbers. I don't think that's important enough to go through all those numbers. The other thing I want to say is that your previous order where you denied the pool, you said that these walls were the existing retaining walls located around the landscape courtyard are a landscape feature and are part of the structural foundation of the building. You previously denied this pool, saying it was too close to the waters of Great Harbor. But in the same area, in the same order, you contradict yourself. So my point is that what you wrote counts, because no matter what, one person wrote it, the second person would have checked it, and then 5 commissioners signed it. So it seems to me that this pool can be authorized. The other thing I wanted to make sure you understood was that we're taking out landscape vegetation here, and we are probably reducing perhaps some some increase from nitrogen from the fertilization. The other thing is that we have actually had a project. Here you said you can't go any closer because of the retaining walls. You said these retaining walls are not part of the structure. So what I referred to in the letter is that there was a project that we proposed. It's Simon's. This was the existing conditions, and in gray was a timber retaining wall. And so what actually happened when you approved the project, you allowed the proposed deck to go right up to the edge of the existing retaining wall. So in this case, the Simon's case, you basically approved something that you denied on my other client's land. In other words, you allowed the structure to go all the way over to a retaining wall. So it seems to me that since you've already adopted a precedent, there's no reason not to approve what my client has said. I'm sorry, what my client is proposing. So, oops, I'm sorry, I hit the wrong button. Oops, am I still on? All right, so in closing, first off, I do not think that this proposed pool will cause any environmental damage. If you walk around the seawall, like I said, there's no evidence of any significant plumes. I have seen significant plumes from wastewater treatment systems, and they generally have a much different color. And so I look at this as that in the end, the existence of the impervious seawall and also the very strange shape should allow you to overcome your assumption that this is somehow going to cause environmental damage by going closer. So I hope that you will approve this project. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mike. Please stop screen sharing.
Oh,
Jen, do you want to start?
And how?
I don't even know where to begin, Mr. Chairman. So, Mike, a couple of things. So just to remind the board, we did deny this pool once before. It was a little larger pool, but we did deny it. Mike, what is the proposed increase in impervious surface to the pool, the retaining wall, the patio that's going to go around the pool that you're not showing? What's the proposed increase in impervious surface?
The previously
No, what is the increase of impervious surface of this pool?
1,149 square feet.
And you're proposing 1,566 square feet of plants.
That's true.
You
but
said that you made a mistake on your last plan, the one that we had about 4 hearings on, and you crunched the numbers every which way from Sunday. Remember that, where I asked you to specifically color code the plan so we could figure out where you were getting your numbers from?
we did have that discussion. I discovered the mistake and I come over and told you there was a mistake. But if you wanted more, I'd be happy to provide you more calculations, whatever you want. But the enforcement order required a certain amount of plant. The enforcement order included an area for a bigger pool, even though it was denied. So my attitude is that I believe I have done the calculations right, but I'd be happy to provide you with more calculations by showing you the areas with the how they were calculated and how they were designated.
I'm just saying, Mike, and you know, we've heard this argument before. Oh, I planted extra mitigation plantings before, so I don't want to have to do it now. If the board approves this pool, which staff feels you are on solid ground to deny it the last time and continue to be on solid ground, then the board should require the same amount of mitigation. It is moving closer. We didn't set new precedent, Mike. The board made a decision. It was 2 feet. They made a decision. Just because the board we may have made a incorrect decision before does not mean we're going to keep making it. Okay? So staff is saying that, one, we think, you know, the previous denial for the pool was legitimate and, you know, was within the regulations. We feel that the board, you know, may consider this moving closer to the resource area. And also that the appropriate mitigation, if the board were to allow this pool, should be required. And I think that's all the staff has to say on the matter, Mr. Chairman, unless Kevin has anything to add.
No further comment, Mr. Chairman.
All right. We'll open up to commission comments. Betsy?
I understand what the facts of the case are. I have no question.
Courtney,
No questions?
Kevin,
No questions.
Mark?
Nope.
Maury,
I just want to make one correction for Mr. McGrath when he said that by putting the pool in, he'll be removing lawn, so he'll be reducing nitrogen. In Falmouth, we're not supposed to be fertilizing there, so you really aren't removing nitrogen because it's not supposed to be applied.
Could I respond to that?
go ahead.
A majority of the area is not lawn. Majority is specimen plant.
Okay. Peter,
No questions or comments.
Russ,
No comment.
Steve, all right. Mike,
Mr.
the
Chairman, it
previous,
seems appropriate I ask for a continuous to June 10th. And what I will do is I will provide whatever format the town wants. I'll give you something where you can check the area calculation.
okay,
Heard. Rest of the applicant, I move to continue this hearing until June 10th.
Second.
Mike, what exactly are you going to provide the town?
I said I will provide you in a suitable format, either AutoCAD or anything else you want, something to verify the areas that are of mitigation and any other areas you want us to.
So you're gonna go back on how many orders of conditions are on this property, Mike? It's a question.
I will, the most important, there is an order.
So
of
if you're
conditions
going to do that,
there is an order of condition that describes how much area of wetlands is required and how much area of buffer. I'll go back to that. That's the most recent one. And then I will verify. I've already admitted we made a mathematical mistake in one area. But I've already identified it, and I'll give you whatever you want. If you want it in AutoCAD or some people can even calculate or check areas based on PDF. Whatever you want.
do you remember when you did the big project on your client's other property in West Falmouth? And you gave us a very detailed description of where the mitigation planting is for each order of conditions and each amended order of conditions. And I believe there were 8 of them on that last property. Jeff Johnson did a very thorough job. Mike, I'm then telling you what format I want it in. I want it in that format, and I want the plan to correspond each area that was planted. I'm not going to say that the staff is still not going to say that, you should be required to plant a 3-to-1 mitigation for the increase in impervious surface. And again, the staff's position is what you did before, you can't count now.
Excuse me.
You
If
can give us all the paperwork you want, Mike. My
Excuse me.
position's not going to change.
Well, I got to tell you something. There's an enforcement action that identifies very clearly where an area is and what is the required mitigation. So it seems to me that should have superseded anything before it. I'll be happy to do the analysis, but there is a certain area we're supposed to have on site. And I've told you before, I agree. We don't have it, but we're adding we're making it up by showing you that new planting area. So I will submit it in writing.
But that planting area should have been planted for the enforcement issue. If you go back and look at the enforcement plan, Mike, if you look at your other plan, the area that you're squishing all these plants in was identified as bare area and should have been planted in accordance with the last plan. You can't use that area now for this plan. It's what you did on the last plan. You're moving your shells around.
Chair, may I interject? I made a motion to continue it to the 10th. I suggest that might prepare a plan, run it by Jen, so that when we get to the meeting, it can be taken care of efficiently.
Well, that's what we're trying to clarify is just what everybody's expecting so that we don't,
I think they need to move it up.
Mike,
Right,
I
Mike.
can't meet with you to look, so you're asking for a continuance to the 10th, Mike?
Yes?
Okay, so we'll have to figure out a time where we can meet, on, and do your analysis and then show it to me and we can go over it.
If you think you need another week, I would change my request to the next time you meet after June 10th.
It would be the 24th, Mike. It's really up to you.
Mike, if you have the
Try for
time,
10th.
the
Let's try
plan
for the
done,
10th.
that,
If you want till the 24th, I'll withdraw my motion.
No,
No.
the 10th.
hold on. So Mike, you're comfortable, you can get that done in time?
Yes,
And you guys can coordinate, Jen?
As long as Mike has the plan. Like I said, I'm not gonna state the staff's position is going to change, but we'll dig up
No, but
plans.
I would encourage the staff to meet with Mike and try to get this ironed out.
understood.
All right. So we have a motion and a second on the table to continue us till June 10th. Do we have any public comments, Jen?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna take the vote. Betsy? This is for the continuance.
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney?
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin? Kevin O'Brien?
Yes, O'Brien, aye.
Thank you. Mark?
Ernie, aye.
Maury?
Carlo Hawks, aye.
Peter?
Walsh, aye.
Russ?
Robbins, aye.
Steve?
Aye.
It is unanimous. The hearing is continued until 6:10. Thank you, Mr. McGrath.
Thank you.
All right, next up, Scott Tynell, 163 Bay Road, North Falmouth, Mass, for permission to conduct shellfish aquaculture within Rand's Canal and Megansett Harbor. Jen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the applicant has requested a continuance until July 23rd. They are seeking legal advice with project at this point.
At the request of the applicant, we'll continue this to July 23rd. Carlo Hawks.
Bird, second.
All right, you think we can put an end to this at that point? I mean, this is like 1, 2, 3, 4, this will be the 5th continuance.
They still need to file with the zoning board of appeals. There is significant abutter opposition. To be quite honest with you, Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that you would be able to close the hearing if we opened it if we continued it to the 23rd of July. I can't guarantee it would be over in one night.
Okay. No, I know it's out of your. Just
Yeah.
Seems crazy. All right, we have a motion and a second to continue this till July 23rd. I'm going to take the vote. Betsy?
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney?
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin?
O'Brien, aye.
Mark?
Ernie, aye.
Maury?
Carlo Hawks, aye.
Peter?
Walsh, aye.
Russ?
Robbins, aye.
Steve?
Aye.
It is unanimous. We're continuing this hearing until July 23rd. Thank you. Next up, Les Chernoskas, 69 Paola Drive, East Falmouth, Mass. for permission to raise, RAZE, an existing single-family dwelling and to construct a new single-family dwelling, to upgrade to a Title V septic system, to install dry wells, retaining wall, rinse station, a wall and steps, and an elevated AC unit. Jen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I promoted Tom Bunker up as a panelist present project.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Tom Bunker. Can you see my share, my
Yes.
screen?
Yes, we can, Tom.
Thank you. This is a quick continuance from last week. And I met with Jen on site on Friday and we discussed having fewer trees planted in here. And I thought that would be just fewer trees because it is we discussed how well treed this lot is, certainly compared with some of the other lots in the neighborhood up and down the area. I did not get back to, did not reconnect with Jen until today, but I did talk with Maury, Jen had talked with Maury, I guess, earlier. But today I was told that we could do fewer trees, but we would need, as I understand it, need more mitigation planting, more shrub. And of course, I have not had time to react to that. And so I guess I'd like to hear more about what you would like to see. And then I will get a continuance to put together what you want.
Okay. If you would stop screen sharing, please.
Yeah.
Jen, did you see this?
Yes. So I met out, Tom's correct, we met out last Thursday, I believe, Tom, to discuss it. And it's area of, mature oaks with like lawn underneath. If you plant trees in that area, in that lawn area, they're just going to grow up into the other trees. Staff does not think, and Tom and I had, Tom at first was like, more trees. I'm like, we're just putting trees in. It goes to the thing, we're just putting trees in for the sake of doing it to meet a requirement without kind of looking at the area holistically and what will work, what kind of mitigation is going to work on that site. And I don't believe, Tom, you had originally proposed how many additional trees?
I think we had 8 trees in there.
I don't believe 8 additional trees in that lawn area is appropriate. And that's the staff's opinion going out there. Now, there could be some larger, like large shrubs, taller shrub material is placed along the salt marsh edge. Tom, did you calculate the around the trees to put the shrubs in when you did your mitigation calculations? Because you don't want to be digging in the root systems of those trees.
I didn't.
So, yeah. It didn't appear to be on your plan. It didn't appear to be on your plan, so I just wanted to make sure that that was done. So the board should decide if you want additional shrub mitigation for the reduction in the trees. And I think that would be appropriate.
Could I comment on the issue? I agree that shrubs should not be planted directly around trees, but the calculation is for an area, not a number of shrubs. And I think when mitigation is provided, and even if we don't plant, say, 5 shrubs around a tree, that same area is being committed to natural vegetation rather than saying there are, say, not 50 square feet. You have to deduct 50 square feet for each tree. in effect, that area, that 50 square feet around each tree is being committed to natural vegetation. I agree that shrubs should not be planted there, but I don't agree that, in effect, we should be penalized for having trees in the area.
I wouldn't think of it about being penalized, Tom.
Well, not penalized,
You
but
know,
but
that's really a negative way to look at it. It's just always been the board's position to carve out the area around the tree and not put the shrub materials in that. And the
Right, and
calculations are based on a square footage of mitigation, not area committed. So the board can discuss that. But I did do what the board asked. We went out and took another look at the site, and Tom had some good ideas about putting Amelanchier closer to the marsh area, maybe a few cedars.
Yeah, my point too, when we were there is a healthy forest would have smaller understory trees in it. And I think that's more holistically looking at the property and the planting. Not that even the owner wants it all packed full of smaller trees.
Smaller trees grow.
Oh, I know that, but smaller trees of certain species don't grow too large, and they make it, generally they make the forest ecosystem, not that we can call this a forest either, but a mix of mid and upper canopy trees makes it, I think, makes it more diverse and better habitat. But at this point, I'm not arguing to put more trees in. I'm just saying that.
No, and I understand that, Tom, but we also have to think about the use of the property.
Yeah.
Is someone's, outdoor space. And if we put additional trees to what's already there, what's to say, when they grow to a certain height and it interferes the view corridor, we're not going to be back to discuss doing a vista pruning, So that's something that we're looking into too, is like, is the staff going to be back in an enforcement matter a couple of years from now because the trees are growing? So you see what I'm saying? So
yeah, I know that. Yeah.
I mean, the board can discuss it again. We did go out and meet. This was the staff's assessment.
Right.
Yes.
Maura, you looked at this, no? With Tom, he said.
Yeah, we discussed it. One of the problems is sometimes you just don't have any more area for mitigation, and it does happen. And there have been times where people couldn't expand because they didn't have enough space to mitigate. Did talk about doing something in shrubbery as an understory, and Tom is correct, in a healthy forest there's an understory. And there are a lot of native species that live in understory, low bush blueberry, which we wouldn't want that all done with, but viburnums and maybe shadblow or something. That's Jen's call.
All right. Let's take some other comments. Betsy?
Well, now I'm a little bit confused. So are we suggesting more square footage of shrubs? Is that what we started? That's what I thought we started with. We're going to increase the mitigation area and have fewer trees required. That's where I thought we started this argument. And then we went down a rabbit hole into, are you taking out the space where you're going to have the tree? I understand where everybody's coming from, but where are we right now? What's the recommendation? Or what are some options?
One option is to leave the plan that Tom has. Another option is to increase the square footage shrub material in lieu of the trees.
Yeah, well, I don't think we want to, I don't think we want to leave the plan.
Yeah.
Unless the trees that are going to be put in are shade tolerant trees and they're not going to grow very high. I mean, So I guess we're looking for some shrubs, additional mitigation square footage of shrubs. That's where I think we're at. But I'll see where other people think we're at.
Could I ask, when you, is it additional square footage to account for the, let's say, call it the basal area or this area around each tree, or which would add, let's say, call it the same area, but it would push closer to the house, or is it additional area?
No, it's your first.
Okay.
So
Just
around
wanted
the
to-
trees, you would need to add more shrubs, which would have to,
Understand that.
well, if you take the space around the trees.
It'd be the
few
same
trees
number of
that are
shrubs, but it
there-
would push closer to the house.
Yeah, but if we're not gonna have the 4 other trees, you have to compensate for that somehow. And I thought that the suggestion was more woody shrubs. I thought that's what we were saying.
Okay, that's my question. I need,
Well,
I need,
This is where, yeah, that's what I need. I need to know what other people are thinking.
Well, that was my understanding, but they were looking for more shrubs versus more trees.
So the square footage of the mitigation area would be larger.
Overall.
Yeah, I mean, where else are you gonna put the shrubs?
Is that your understanding, Tom?
that's what I'm getting to be my understanding. I mean, yes, if it's more shrubs to mitigate for fewer trees,
Yes.
plus having no shrubs directly around each tree, then, it's both of those, I guess.
So we're moving forward at this point, right?
Yes, we are. Don't stop that.
Well, I'll stop now. I'll let somebody else have a turn.
Don't throw a wrench in it. Courtney?
So, yeah, I'm not clear where we are. So
We
we're
just
cutting the
voted.
trees. saying There shouldn't be understory shrubbery planted under the trees that are existing. Is that what we're trying to suggest?
Yes.
Are we suggesting
What we
that if
always
we do
suggest.
plant understory, that doesn't count as square footage?
That's correct. That's our policy. You have a,
But I don't understand that because I've got a mixed forest on my property that has mature oaks, it has evergreens, and it has an understory that I can't walk through that includes native plants and invasives and that kind of stuff. So that provides the necessary habitat. If that's what our goal is, then I don't see why are we excluding it.
I think we plant the understory, but just not directly around each tree.
you don't want to go into the roots of the trees. Eventually, some of those bushes will grow into that area that's underneath the tree, but to plant one of
They do.
Maury, how big a hole do you have to do?
The naturally occurring situation, the understory growth is mixed in with the root system of the tree.
That's because they're all starting at the same time.
All right.
So we're trying to create an artificial.
No, over time,
everybody-
Courtney, you're trying to
I have
put
no-
something, you're trying to put something in that will mature into a natural appearing forested area. But to get to that point, you don't want to be digging into the roots of the trees that are already there.
That's fair. So how near to the trunk of the tree are you allowing the planting then?
It's usually a 10-foot radius, right? I mean, a 10-foot
Diameter, I hope.
I
diameter,
don't know, I'm not,
5-foot radius.
Maury, what's the more, I'll ask Maury because
only like
landscape
5
plan,
feet.
wasn't
It's not 10.
No, it's a 5-foot radius. It's a 10-foot diameter.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, when we look at the Blue Flax plans, you know, they plant under the understory, you know, under the canopy for an understory. So I think that it can be done. I just think the right appropriate shrubbery has to be used that's going to survive. And it would actually make it a really nice buffer.
So Maura, you're suggesting that Tom can plant there, but it's just specific plants that can deal, that you're not digging really big holes?
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you look again, let's go to all those invasive species removal restoration ones, and they go from, you know, 1 gallon, they go from seed mix, they go from 2.5 caliper. I mean, that's the diversity that you want there. And I think that it is a lot of trees on that lot compared to most trees we see and most lots that we see. And I think that they can easily, not easily, but they can plant in the areas that are more open, because it's not as if you know, the trees are standing right in a row next to each other. There are pockets there that you get some sun and, you know, light shade, and Tom knows plants will grow as a story and fill in and still give them a path to the water.
So
I think it's always been that you can plant an understory in lawn areas, you know, under trees.
Mm-hmm.
We're just asking you to be creative, Tom. We're counting on you.
All right,
Well-
moving on. Kevin? Kevin O'Brien?
No, no comment.
Don't want to get into it, huh?
Oh,
Picking. Mark?
Well, I think you can certainly get the plants in closer than a 5-foot radius if you don't go in with a bulldozer and do it. I mean, the root structure is more or less, should be more or less uniform under the whole 10-foot circle that we've got there. And you could put plants in closer without killing the tree or even damaging the tree. The only issue is picking the right plants that will grow in that heavily shaded area. That is a lot of big trees and a lot of shade. I think the biggest problem is just picking plants that will grow well in the shade. And I think with careful planting, they can be got in. A 1 gallon plant, the hole's only maybe 18 inches diameter, including the, additional hole you make for the plant. So it should be able to get it in there if it'll grow well. That's all.
Yeah. Could I just share a quick calculation? If we have
Yes.
5-foot radius, that's basically 75 square feet. If we have to stay out of a 5-foot radius, it's 75 square feet per tree, and there's like 10 or 12 trees. We're talking about 750 to 800 square feet of plants that wouldn't be allowed in there. So we'd have to stretch it out. So that'd be like another, if it's 800 square feet, that's another 10-foot width. And within that 10-foot width, we run into another 4 or 5 trees. And that's another 300 and some square feet. So it'd have another 4 feet of width to the, we're adding about 14 or 15 feet of width to this shrub mitigation plant. And that's only with keeping the same number of shrubs. And then if you say we have to plant more shrubs because we're planting fewer trees, I don't know how far that's going to go. If we have to keep too much of a radius around each tree. And maybe we can plant, suggested plant larger, more robust shrubs further from the trees, and maybe get just some smaller, I don't know if they have 1 gallons or whatever, closer to the trees where we can fit them to go in there. Particularly if you're saying, and I haven't heard a number yet for how many more square feet of shrub planting would be required if, say, we put in 4 trees. Jen and I talked about tupelo and maybe a couple cedars and some amelanchier down there. So if we had to we're putting in 4 fewer trees, how many more shrubs would we have to put in? Or I should say, too, many of the trees, I don't have my existing conditions plan here, if I could bring it up, but many of the trees being taken down are more on the street side of the property. And we do have room up the street to put in trees, and that's still within the B zone of the resource area. So we can fit more trees up in the front yard also, and they're within your jurisdictional area.
Did you ever think to move the house back so you had more area on the A zone? Again,
I did, but we can't. It is
Maybe too close to the road already.
it's getting too close to the septic system for one thing. I'm trying to look for the street setback.
well, I'm gonna go back to the thing. I mean, we had a couple projects. I don't think this board remembers them, but Betsy will remember. The applicant wanted to have a project and they did not have enough room. The lot was vegetated, and most of the A buffer was vegetated, and they didn't have enough room to mitigate. And sometimes it happens. I mean, this house is doubling in size. That's why it needs to do all this mitigation. So either reduce the size of the house, so you reduce the amount of mitigation you have. It just, you're trying to put 5 pounds of flour in a 1 pound bag.
Okay, but isn't the issue here that we're trying to just, he's required to put in 4 trees, but there's no place to put them, isn't it? Doesn't it come down to that?
That's not enough room for mitigation.
I actually don't have a problem, and when this first came in, I wondered why the trees that are being removed, which are by the street, aren't being replaced. There's room there. You have the street, and then you have the septic system, and then you have the house. But right now you have no trees there, and that's all in jurisdiction.
Right. So why isn't it that simple then? Why can't we just do that?
Well, make a motion to do that and move forward, and there's not been really any improvement to the resources, to be honest. There's no D-night.
Well,
I had a discussion about the denitrifying septic system when we were on site.
I had a discussion, I have had discussions with the owners about denitrifying, and if would there be some consideration if we put in a denitrifying system, which, you know, would provide environmental benefit, than to not having to put in more shrubs and things. Just something I have to talk with the client about.
Put in the denitrifying system, put a couple of trees up by the road. I mean, they'll serve as wildlife habitat, and then go with the mitigation that you have. I can live with that.
Maury, what do you think?
Me too. I can live with that.
Tom, does that sound amenable?
It sounds, well, I'd have to see if it's amenable to them. It's something that we can work toward, and I'll talk to them. I talked to them this afternoon about it, and they wanted to know that. They wanted to know the answer to that question, and I can talk to them. I can't. It's
I understand
the calculus is this, so they can plant a lot
Tom.
of trees. They can plant a lot of trees for the cost of a D-night system. It's over 20 years. It's like $40,000 between testing and maintenance and all that. So they have to think about it before they can commit to it.
Understandable.
All right. Let me continue with comments, and then we'll see if we're going for continuance. So, Maury, do you have anything else to add?
No.
Peter?
I agree with Mark. That's it.
Russ?
Comment.
Steve?
No additional comment.
All right, what are we looking at?
Don?
We'd like to request a continuance. I'll have to discuss it with them and see what they want to do.
What continuance date would you like, Tom?
There might be something I should talk with you, so I'd probably have to go to the 10th, not the 3rd.
Okay.
Heard here, I'll make a motion to continue the hearing until the 10th
Carlo Hawks,
of June.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue this till June 10th. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Bernie, aye.
Maury,
Carlo Hawks, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Russ,
Aye.
Steve.
Aye.
Okay, it is unanimous. This hearing is continued until June 10th. Thank you, Tom.
All right,
Thank you,
thank you.
All right. Next up, request to amend the existing order of conditions. First up, College Light Opera Company, Inc., 54 Chappaquoit Road, West Falmouth, Mass. For permission to amend DEP number 25-4467 to widen and improve the existing gravel driveway for fire and emergency vehicle access, to relocate the existing porch for student housing at cottage number 2, and to additionally clear the understory, as well as install restoration, plantings, and trees. Ben?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have promoted Tim Santos and Kim Mercurio up as panelists to present the amendment.
Thank you.
Good evening. For the record, Tim Santos from Holmes and McGrath, representing the applicant. Also with me this evening, Zoom-wise, is Kim Mercurio. I'm going to share the site plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, look at that. I can share the site plan. Come on, somebody's gonna laugh at that one.
I did.
Back in the summer of 2019, an order of conditions was issued for the campus-wide site improvements, which included the construction of a rehearsal barn. There's a complete septic system upgrade, and then various parking improvements, as well as mitigation planting along the pond here. Tonight, we're looking for an amendment to revise or modify, expand the gravel driveway access that goes from Chappaquoit Road out to the rear of the rehearsal barn and student housing number 3. The fire department is looking for a specific width on this access driveway. They're looking for it to be a width of clearance of 18 feet wide from side to side, with a 14-foot wide gravel driveway in the middle. So in doing so, we also need to remove this porch on the south end of cottage number 2 and move it to the north end. There's no increase of structures because we're just kind of flopping it from this end to that end. We're taking the set of steps and bouncing it out. There is a portion of vegetation, 700 square feet of vegetation at the entrance here that would be required to be removed, as well as 14 trees. We are proposing to restore 700 square feet of plantings along the edge of the mitigation plantings that we have along the pond. So that's the 700 square feet of vegetation being removed here that we are proposing over there. And then there's 14 trees that are shown on the landscape plan that are being removed in this area here. I believe we have 7 trees plus or minus in this area. And then there's another 7 trees plus or minus being planted up in that area. That's shown on the landscape plan. And Kim can address those questions if you have any. And the other thing we're looking to kind of clean up too, initially, we had shown a water service line, gas line coming in this area. They actually, if you've been to the site, they cut it over slightly to the east of it. So we're just kind of trying to do a little house cleaning and make the plan match what's on the site. They cleared this area because there were no trees that needed to be removed, and it was an easier access is what they said. So we're kind of showing an updated location of the water and the gas. The electric service originally was proposed to come around this way, and the contractor cleared it to be installed this way. It has not been installed yet. Once it is installed, we will restore this area with native woody shrubs. There were no trees taken down. It was mostly invasives and overgrown vines and whatnot. But we do have on the landscape plan, it does show the shrub to be replanted in this area as well. I think that kind of covers the amendment. It's mainly for the widening of the driveway in order to get to our next step and to get the fire department to sign off for the emergency access to cottage number, student housing number 3, in the rear of the rehearsal barn. I do have the landscape plan, but I believe Kim can share it as well. So if the board has any questions or concerns, we'd be more than happy to address them.
Thank you, Tim. Kim, do you have anything you want to add before we go to commissioners?
I think Tim covered everything that I would have talked about, so I don't think there's anything I need to add.
Okay, thank you.
Video.
Tim, do you have
Jen,
a landscape plan to share for the board if they don't?
Yeah, I can bring it up.
Yeah.
How do you want me to do it, Jen? Where do you want me to zoom in?
Where you're putting the proposed mitigation
All right.
for the removal of the 500 square feet, 700 square
Yes,
feet
yes.
along the road?
So what I'll do is I'll kind of show you the area, and then I'll go over on the plan where it talks about the
Yes, please.
the species, and then if you have any questions, Kim can answer.
That's fine.
So area 1 was the original 7,000 and change mitigation from the original order from this summer. This area 8 right here is the 700 square.
We don't see it.
Does
Tim, you're
everybody
not
see this?
sharing.
This area 8 is the vegetation that's being removed.
Excuse me,
Tim, you're
Tim.
not sharing your plan.
Oh. No, I definitely pulled the mic. Sorry.
Wow.
I don't have to see him tomorrow, so it's all right. All right, so sorry again. I apologize. Late. Area 1 was the originally approved mitigation plantings. I think it's like 7,400 and change from the original order this summer. This area in here, what's known as area 8, is the new 700 and I think it's 4 square feet of restoration plantings that is for the removal of the vegetation in this area right here or the widening of the driveway. So,
And the new trees being proposed, Tim?
yeah, I can go over those too.
Please.
I'll show them to you first, and then, so this light orange tree right here is a replacement for road widening trees. So there's trees up in this area here. And then these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, these 7 trees down here. And so the list for the trees and the shrubs for that 700 square feet are right in this area right here. And correct me if I'm wrong, Kim.
That's right.
And then the 700, the restoration for the, those utility swats is what I'll call them for lack of better terms, area 9. Those are the shrubs right in there. So if the board has any questions on the specific shrubs or placement, Kim can answer them and I can zoom out.
Thank you, Tim.
Do you want me to
Jen?
stop sharing it?
Yes, please. Jen and or Kevin?
What? So I have a question on, so I have a couple of questions. So the first is actually a request, Tim. This was a really busy plan. And it was really hard for the newer staff member to kind of figure out what was the amendment. Because you always just build on your original proposed plan. So in the future, what I would like to see on a plan as really complicated as this, is it what you already proposed, what was already approved, just put approved, and proposed. I know it's a lot of work to change a plan, but it takes tremendous amount of time, especially since maybe Kevin or Alyssa wouldn't be involved with the original project. It really does take a lot of time for them to kind of go over that again for an amendment. So it just would be helpful. They're really good at it, but it does take them a little bit of time.
We could highlight it.
Yeah, that would be perfect. You know, if you highlight it, somehow call it out.
That's not a problem.
They can focus on that. Second is the area where the proposed trees are up against Chappaquoit Road. That's right on top of your system.
So I'm gonna go back to that. Those.
I'm looking at the site plan and Kim's plan, and it looks like the trees are right on top of that system.
So you're talking about these trees here?
Yes, correct.
These trees are not, those are trees for screening. That's screening trees that were required by the planning board. So those trees will be placed up against the property line for screening along the road, and they will not be planted on top of the leaching trenches. We already went through that with the contractor.
So so which trees?
These trees in here, these light orange ones.
Oh, the light orange ones. Okay, sorry, got it. Proposed screening trees.
Those are the replacement trees for the trees being removed for the gravel access way.
Okay, and was there any consideration in maybe transplanting some of the cedars that are being removed as opposed to just removing them?
I'll let Kim address that.
Are you speaking about the cedars near cottage number 2?
All the cedars, yes.
Kim, I think what Jen's saying is that cedars that would be, I don't want to say it, but the cedars that would be cut down.
Yes.
In the for the gravel, the widening of the gravel driveway.
Those.
Jen's asking if they could transplant it.
Depends on the size. If they get too big, you're usually not very successful in transplanting them. You're better off planting something smaller and letting it grow over time for success.
And the replacement trees, they are?
Most of them are cedars.
Cedars, okay. And Tim, you and I discussed, did you calculate out what the additional square foot of the pervious surface that does not support natural vegetation in a buffer to the marsh was?
Yes, so the existing driveway or the existing gravel access driveway is about 3,600 and change square feet, and the proposed is 4,400 and change. So there is an increase of about 800 square feet of gravel that would, some of it would be on lawn and the other is in the vegetation that we are restoring. So initially, I didn't view it as a mitigation, to be honest with you, because we were restoring that vegetation up front. So I didn't think of it that way. And then the gravel over the grass, I wasn't looking at as an impervious increase, but we can discuss that if the board feels that more mitigation plantings are needed.
I think that would just mitigate for that increase in that pervious surface that doesn't support natural vegetation, the way the board has always looked at any sort of gravel driveway, road, area, was it needed to be mitigated for. So the staff's position is it does need to be mitigated for.
So, and I understand where you're coming from. So would it need to be mitigated for at 3-to-1 plus that 700? Or would we do 3-to-1 minus that 700? Because
Well, you're removing 700 square feet in an A buffer zone to the salt marsh, so that would need to be mitigated for. And yeah, it would be in addition to, you're increasing, well, no, you're increasing that gravel surface in that area.
yeah,
But that's something the board would need to discuss, because they don't usually allow you to remove natural vegetation in A buffer. And going back to that, I know that we had discussion, the fire department requiring a wider road. Why wasn't this done in the original proposal?
because originally we were trying to work a different alternative route, and it did not work, and the fire department wouldn't accept a narrower width to get back there. We were trying to get away with 12 feet, because right now that driveway goes anywhere from 10 to 12 feet. So we were trying to go that route, and apparently there's a court case going on that they need 18 feet minimum from side to side of vegetation, and they need a 14-foot wide gravel drive. So that's
And what other route didn't work?
well, we were talking about access right off of the road up to the front of the building to fight the fire, and the fire department said that that's not acceptable, and they want it all the way out back.
Okay.
Oh, letter.
And there was some thought I had, but it just absolutely escaped me. So anything to add, Mr. Newton?
I have nothing to add to that, Mr. Chairman.
Right now, that's all I have, Jamie.
Okay. Kevin, do you have anything? you
I
want
had
to
a thought and it just went,
Kevin Newton, do you have anything to add?
I do not, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, comments, Betsy.
So I understand what you just said, Tim, about the court case, but my question is, how wide is the biggest fire engine in town?
They've given us a template, and I believe from outside to outside of the tires is like 9.5, 10 feet. And they want 14 feet wide gravel. It's a fire requirement. So I've spoken with the fire department about this, but to try to get the narrow width, but they said there's a court case going on and it needs to be that width.
And that's my only question. Thanks.
Courtney? Courtney, do you have anything?
Courtney,
You're muted.
No questions.
Thank you. Kevin?
Mr. Chairman, can I jump in? I remembered my thought. Tim,
Sure.
sorry, just to be okay. So I thought I saw something between you and Mr. DeMello that he's reviewed this plan.
What we've sent him, and it was Jim Vieira, who is the building project manager for the College Light Opera Company.
Yeah.
We gave him a schematic of this plan showing the fire truck going from the road all the way out back and then being able to turn around to go back out. So that's what he's reviewed. Because we needed to make sure that he would accept this before we came before you.
Okay, my question is that 18-foot access is about 4 feet from the corner of existing student housing number 2. Do they realize that?
Yes.
So
yes,
really tight, that's right on that corner and it's pretty tight.
The turning movement of the fire truck gets around there, and they realize that, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure that they realize that there's a building right there. Because I'm measuring it and you have like literally 4 feet between the corner of that house and that gravel.
They know there's a building. They had to take off the porch that was
Yeah.
there and put it in the front.
Well, I know that. I'm wondering if fire is aware. That's all my.
Probably the bigger implication is the weight of the fire engine, but something's on fire.
It just says, I'm reading an email from fire prevention inspector. That is but it looks like they've achieved the 18-foot that was requested. So, okay. Thank you.
All right.
Sorry.
Kevin,
No comments.
you waited all that long, you have nothing? Mark,
I have nothing to say.
Maury,
You're on mute.
Maury, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. The planting of the trees, if you look at the distance, they shoved them in as always. They're within 5 feet of the buildings, 6 feet of the buildings. You know, I just don't understand. They're not even mitigation at that point because we required 10 feet to be, otherwise they're not even counted as, a takedown. So again, I just looked at an aerial of this on Google Earth, this lot. It's pretty much almost about 80% denuded at this point. And it's really a shame that this road now has to go in. This plan from the consummation of it, we know that when you get a building permit that the fire department has to know what they need. And here we are, we're literally in a salt marsh. There's no drainage proposed. How is the runoff off of this gravel driveway? All the land there, if anybody who's been out there, is going to sheet right to that salt marsh. And right now, the hay bales are all compromised. There's already water sheeting off under them into the salt marsh. And I don't see any elevations or pitches on that gravel driveway to keep it from running into that salt marsh. I understand for the safety of the buildings and the children there that we need the fire apparatus to get in, but I also think we need to protect that salt marsh. Nothing is there's no protection there. There's a mess, and the site needs, again, the cedar trees that you're saving have boulders all against them today. Where you're putting the screening up on Chappoint Road, the size of those, they're about up to my knee, maybe. So I just think that we need to get these, if we're going to plant trees where they're going to survive, they're not going to survive next to houses because they're going to cut them down. And that's my continuing beef.
So following up with that, Mr. Chairman, Ramori, Kim, the juniper that you have between the 2 staircases at student housing number 1 really need to be relocated. As would the, what is that? The Amelanchia at the corner of student housing number 2, as far in the maple there at the corner of student housing number 2 would probably need to be relocated because they are, Maury's correct, they are pretty close. And then the 2 junipers need to be shifted near existing housing number 4.
Okay. I have another question. Where is the illumination area?
Oh, that was for planning board, but it doesn't apply. It's not on there.
So it's not going to affect the wildlife that's not near the water?
No.
Thank you.
all right. Peter,
No questions.
Russ,
No comments. Maury said it all.
Steve,
with Maury. At what point is it an amendment or you just have to refile a plan? This is a major change.
It really is up to the board. I mean,
Thank you.
it's within this, I mean, it is within the scope of the project, so the staff thought it was appropriate, like as an amendment, but if the board disagrees and wants to see a new notice, that's absolutely the prerogative of the board.
Well, there's 122 inches, caliper inches of cedars and cherry trees being taken down. And if you look at how many they're giving back, as usual, it's not very much. It is a big deal. And I understand it's necessary for the fire department regulations, but the environment always seems to be the last on the list.
So is it as much an issue of quantity as where they're planted, Maury?
I think it's both. And I really would like to see the letter from the fire department because I don't understand why they can't run that road, the fire road, right in front of the building and go between those other two buildings so that none of those trees or anything have to be cut down by the salt marsh.
Tim, was
Mr.
this
Chair?
access road on the original plans?
Yes,
Different.
the gravel access road was on the original plans, and we feel it definitely qualifies under amendment, but I understand that the board has the right to require a new notice if they feel that's the case. We definitely feel that it meets the scope for an amendment for this project, so, but it was on the original.
Okay, and that's my point is that I mean, they're looking for a different size, and I agree they should have said this right out of the gate, because they do review building plans at the permitting process, so that's a glitch that isn't, doesn't make things easier, but, and I agree, I think this qualifies as an amendment as opposed to a whole new notice, but that's my 2 cents.
How are we going to protect the salt marsh, Tim, from runoff now that pretty much there's nothing there anymore?
They'll have to reestablish that hay bale line and won't be able to use the water.
Yeah, I can talk with Andrew Sagan from Valley Group. I believe he's dialed in. If you want to specifically talk with him, you could bring him on and he can address any questions about site stuff. But I'll make sure that that limit of work's all redone along the road and up to standards, so nothing's getting underneath it down into the wet.
But to the,
They dug it under it.
hold on, Courtney,
Okay.
but that road
Yeah.
was originally on the plans, so some form of protection for runoff was,
Yes,
allowed?
it was originally, there was an original silt fence and hay bales, or I think it's a silt fence and straw wattle. It's actually running along the edge of that road right now.
right, but I think Maury's point is a permanent solution to maintain to prevent runoff.
If the board's requesting some type of drainage system being installed, we could look at pitching the road, or I should call it a driveway, not a road. We could look at pitching the driveway from the salt marsh down towards the upland side and maybe running what I'll call like a French drain along the upland side of the driveway to help collect any runoff so that it doesn't go down into the road. Excuse me.
But is
down-
that gonna require more vegetation removal?
No, we would just run it along the edge of the driveway itself,
In the grass area?
right under the driveway, yeah.
Within the road layout.
Correct.
Driveway layout?
I was just gonna say the
Well-
driveway access layout.
Okay. Courtney?
Yeah, I just think there've been enough issues raised here, and I would agree on that it doesn't require filing a new notice, but clearly there are issues that need to get resolved. And I think we should just have a continuance and get some of these issues worked out so that we can move this project forward. They're all valid concerns, particularly the drainage that Maury talks about. We need to see design. We need to see all about where the trees are gonna go. We need new planting areas based on the fact that it's gotta be the 3-to-1 mitigation and so on. So all of these issues need to be answered and worked out with staff, and then whatever we need to get that done, let's get a continuum then.
Anybody else have any comments? Jen, do we have any public comments?
1 second, Mr. Chairman, just writing some notes down. Does not appear that there are any comments in the chat room.
Thank you. All right, do you have anything else you want to add, Jen?
No.
Okay.
So,
Tim,
Mr. Chairman, can I just, before you guys continue it, and I'll ask for a request to continuance, because clearly there's a few things we need to address. I just want to make sure I have them all so that when we come back, we're all on the same page. Drainage for the driveway, the mitigation plantings for the 3-to-1 for the increase in the gravel driveway. The only other thing, I know Maury had mentioned something about potentially more trees or larger trees. Is there any guidance from anyone as far as what you might be looking for, Maury?
I didn't say larger trees.
Well, I don't mean larger, I mean more trees to kind of increase, instead of a 1-to-1, increase that caliber size that you might be looking for.
Either more of them or larger, but I'm not big on larger because they don't take very well, but, and we don't even have, some of the trees don't even have caliper inches on the plan, and there's no species on the plan that you're cutting down.
I think what we gave was a list of the species that were coming down, that were being cut down. If it doesn't have the caliber size, we can give you a list.
Tim, the other thing is that the trees have to be 10 feet from the buildings.
I identified those. I already said that.
I'll go over that with Kim, and we can move them around.
Okay. So are you clear, Tim?
Yes, I'm clear.
Okay. Anything you want to add to that, Jen? For clarification?
No, just if the project manager is in our attendee list to make sure that site is stable, and if your hay bale wattle is not working, then replace it.
I did have one last question, where the electric hasn't been run in yet.
Yes.
Why are you running it through vegetation? Why don't you run it through the driveway?
Originally, that's where it was proposed to be run, and then the electrical contractor said it was something to do with the transformer, and it was better to run it that way, and they
Is
just
it better for them or better for the environment?
I understand where you're coming from.
No, I
But
hate
that's
to.
already been cleared, correct?
It was already cleared without me knowing, and honestly, without the project manager at the site knowing. The clearers that were clearing for the water cleared that, and the electric guy said, clear this too. And now we're just trying to
Fix a bad thing.
fix something that wasn't approved originally.
Okay. All right, Tim, what's your pleasure?
So when could we get a continuance to? Because they're gonna want it sooner than later.
Okay.
It's up to you, Tim. How fast can you get me a plan? And please don't say June 10th.
Before you answer, are we getting buried on the 10th?
That's what I'm saying. Right now we have Barneck Road, Penzance, and 69 Paola on for the 10th.
So,
all right, so we could do this.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to continue this to June 10th.
Carlo Hawk, second.
Tim, they are aware that they can't start any work on this road with,
Oh, yes, everybody's aware of that.
okay.
Hopefully the excavation contractor and electrician know that too. All right, the vote, Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Ernie, aye.
Maury,
Arlo Hawks, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Russ,
Robbins, aye.
Steve.
Matt, aye.
It is unanimous. This hearing is continued until June 10th. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you, Tim. Tim, you're staying for the next one, correct?
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Night, Kim.
Good night, everyone.
Night, Kim.
Good night.
We can't wish, well, we'll wish you a happy weekend too.
Thank you so much. You too.
All right, next up, Bonnie W. Simon, 138 and 144 Gardner Road, Woods Hole, Falmouth, Mass. For permission to amend DEP number 25-4512 to reconfigure the proposed paved driveway, to reconfigure proposed steps, and to replant 11 additional trees. That wouldn't really be replanting, would it? And for the record, I am recusing myself from this hearing. I will stay on as moderator. Jen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Tim Santos and Bernice Waller are here to present their project amendment.
Okay. Tim, you're up whenever you're ready.
All right, can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening again. For the record, Tim Santos from Holmes and McGrath representing the applicant. Also with me this evening is the landscape architect Bernice Waller. So this project was is located at 138 and 144 Gardner Road. It was approved back in January 2020, and when the board issued an order for the demolition of the dwelling on 138 and some regrading and mitigation and or what I should call restoration plantings and invasive removal. At the time, the plan showed an existing driveway that went in through that was going to remain in this area here. The client would like to modify the driveway now and remove this portion of the driveway that's kind of dashed in here and construct the new parking area, or what I'll call lower parking area down here, and then connect up to the driveway at 144. At the same time, they're also proposing to remove the existing entrance to the driveway at 144 here. The pavement will be removed and that area will be planted. They're also proposing modification to some steps on the path, as well as some regrading and landscaping in these areas. And to that, I will turn it over to Bernice so that she can review the landscape plan, and then we'll address any questions you might have.
Bernice, you're muted.
Great. Hi. Thank you.
Hi.
Bernice Waller Landscape. Some of the bigger moves that we made since you last saw the plan was some of the trees that we had scheduled for removal in this area have been actually transplanted into this area here, which is what the plan is indicating. And so we're proposing essentially a very similar mitigation or restoration planting palette as we had before, but we are adding some additional cedar trees at the along the roadway to to help screen the cars, and then also to block the existing curb cut. So with that, I'd ask if anybody has any questions.
Okay, thank you. If you would stop screen sharing. Thank you. Jen?
I don't have any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Kevin, do you have anything? Kevin Newton?
I do not, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Betsy?
I don't have any questions either. It's going to be a nice project when it's done.
Courtney?
No questions.
Kevin?
No questions.
Mark?
No questions.
Maury?
No question.
Peter?
No questions.
Russ?
No comments or questions?
Steve? All right. Are there any public comments or chat, Jen?
No.
I'll
All
move
right.
to close this hearing and take it under advisement.
Carlo Hawk, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to close this hearing. Betsy?
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney?
Bird, aye.
Kevin?
O'Brien, aye.
Mark?
Bernie, aye.
Maury?
Carlo Hawks, aye.
Peter?
Walsh, aye.
Russ?
Robbins, aye.
Steve?
Aye.
It is unanimous. This hearing is closed. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Bernice.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Bernice. Have a good weekend.
Thank you for your time. Have a great weekend.
Glad you don't have to drive home, Tim.
I'm gonna
as
go
well.
right downstairs and I won't tell you what I'm gonna do. So, but have a great night.
You have a good
Hi.
Thank you.
weekend, Tim.
Thank you. You too.
All right, next up, hearings under enforcement order. David Bell, 554 Quaker Road, North Falmouth, Mass. Alteration to isolated land subject to coastal storm flowage, FWR 10.38, Coastal Bank, FWR 10.30, and CMR 10.30, and Salt Marsh, FWR 10.32, and CMR 10.32. Jen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. IT, can you do me a favor and move FCTV back down to attendees? I inadvertently made them a panelist. I'm having trouble. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm having difficulty promoting the property owner up. I believe they're working on 2 devices, so I'm trying to get both devices. Mr. Bell, can you hear me? You're muted. So, okay, so we can hear you now, so that's good. And I do believe you wanted me to promote another individual up to assist you.
Yes,
Okay, we've done that. Mr. Sampu
correct.
is here with the so basically we received a number of calls alleging the property owners were clearing trees and vegetations within 100 feet of the salt marsh at 555 Quaker Road. We contacted them. I believe there's just some sort of miscommunication between the staff at the time and the property owner. They continued to kind of burn the material they had cut. We asked them to stop a second time. And then we finally were able to meet with the property owners on site. Basically, let me share some of the pictures with you. Okay. Can the board see that?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So it was kind of like an area that was cleared. Obviously, the salt marsh is in the back. And it's just basically we have more additional pictures like that. Let me see if there's an additional picture. You can do that. So these are just some pictures of that marsh area along there. Let's see where I want to show you. Back here along this fence line really is where most of the clearing took place. So like I said, we responded to a complaint. This was this is what we observed on site. And because it is within 100 feet of the salt marsh, we went to the board. I believe there are some pictures as well. The applicant or the property owner would like me to share. These are photos. I'm going to try to bring these up. They're attached to an email, so it might be a little bit. I can't figure out how to actually turn that, so I apologize. But this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Bell, this is what the property looked like prior to your clearing?
Correct. This is after, but I'm trying to show the extent of the invasive species that were growing up into the trees. That
the vines.
The vines, right?
Yeah. I don't know what this picture is, sir.
That's an example of what it's not an actual picture of our property, but it gives you a good indication of what it looked like with all of the invasives growing up.
Yep.
Actually into the height of that cherry tree you see there.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to give you a good perspective of what it was with everything growing up.
So, Mr. Chairman, like I said, we observed the clearing. It did not have a permit, so we brought the matter to the commission. Do you want me to keep sharing these pictures, or is the board okay?
Let's go for comments and then we may come back to the pictures.
Okay, hang on one second. I'll stop sharing. Okay. So Mr. Bell is one of the property owners. He is here. And he would like to address the board, I believe. Correct, Mr. Bell?
Yes, thank you, Jennifer.
Okay.
Yeah, I do have a statement that I'd just like to. So I'm just gonna go forward with what I've prepared here. Ignorance is not an excuse, but as new homeowners in this area, we had no idea of the Conservation Commission requirements regarding the property. The house we bought was built in 1942 with almost no house or yard improvements and has not been in front of the Concom for any reason in the past 30 years. So there was no language or information given to us during the purchase of the house or discussions that would have led us to understand that this property was within Concom's jurisdiction and subject to any of the local bylaws and state regulations that we now are aware of. And again, ignorance is not an excuse, but in this instance, we're hoping that it might be a little understandable. Following the site visit on May 4th, we sought professional advice for guidance regarding conservation concerning the area of disturbance as suggested by Jen. Since then, I've also been in contact with agent Alyssa Bergeron for assistance about 5 times. Per the administrator's suggestions, we obtained 3 estimates to conduct an existing conditions plan stamped by a professional land surveyor as required, or as suggested, I should say. The cost of these comprehensive surveys ranged from $2,500 to $4,250, not including the additional services of a landscape design firm, assistance with a plan for native plantings. Now, due to the COVID-19 crisis, we are not in a financial situation to afford this. My partner has been laid off from his position and my weekly hours have been cut. Thus, we are in a financial hardship due to the coronavirus pandemic with extremely reduced income and exhaustion of our savings. This time, we simply cannot afford the surveys as recommended. So as such, I reached out to my sister for advice and learned that my brother-in-law is a conservation commissioner with the town of Barnstable for 80 years. And with his help and the commissions and the staff with the Conservation Commission, we are hoping to rectify the potential disturbance done to this buffer zone and bring the area into a better situation. The work that was done was to remove an overrun section of our property, similar to what you saw in that black and white photo. The area of note was completely overrun with invasive plants that had also strangled and killed several trees within this area. We sincerely thought we were doing a good thing by cutting these invasive plants. The invasives in question that were cut by hand were Oriental bittersweet, Japanese honeysuckle, and multiflora rose. In addition, as part of our stewardship of our property, we removed 3 barrels of trash and other debris that had accumulated over the years in this section and also in the marsh right behind, our property. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic crisis that enveloped our state in mid-March, our plan from that point was to plant in native species and allow native species to grow without the impediment of the invasives. Our first goal was to plant native white pines along the property line at least 10 feet in that would have that have been offered to us for free, to create a privacy screen and also to introduce native species into this environment. This goal as such is to move from a monoculture of invasive species to a diverse natural plant community, creating a conservation-oriented environmentally sound habitat. And I think as we discussed with Jennifer when she came over to see the site, that our plan all along was to try to create a natural native species environment in that zone there. We do not intend to use herbicides to eliminate invasives, but request that we be allowed to follow a plan to include cutting roots with minimal soil disturbance and diligent pruning of sprouts to eventually eradicate the offending non-native species. Note that all cutting of invasives was done by hand, and the topsoil is still held in place with the present root mass of the plants. Due to our current financial situation in regards to the COVID-19 pandemic crisis, my partner has been researching state and the foundation grant funding to help with projects such as there are any out there. One of these grants that we found is due by August 12th, 2020. We would also like to call on the expertise of the commissioners to offer, and the staff, to offer any guidance for a way forward for knowledge to seek grant funding or other financial assistance, whether on a local, state, or federal level for homeowners who are in financial straits, or to assist homeowners with their environmental restoration projects. We've also reached out to the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection, Southeast Region, for ideas of how to fund this expense in light of the current COVID-19 crisis that we're in. We're hoping that any funding that we would be able to access would help us to conduct the survey, assist with the notice of intent filing, and if possible, obtaining native species to incorporate or reincorporate into this environment. We are committed to this endeavor in order to continue to be the privileged steward of our property that we own in this lovely section of North Falmouth. I certainly thank you for your attention.
Thank you. When was this work started? Jen?
Couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
And I can tell you exactly.
Mr. Bell, is this your primary residence?
Yes.
And when did you purchase?
May of 2019.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
April 12th.
Okay.
It was started before that.
That's when we were made aware of it.
Okay, thank you.
And who did the work?
I did.
All right. I'm going to open this up to Commissioners. Betsy?
I don't quite know where we are, but I have no comment.
Courtney?
Mr. Chairman, can I clarify something for the board? Basically, this is an enforcement hearing, so the board really does need to, you know, kind of decide, you know, do you want the area restored? You know, and if so, you know, we'll have to vote an enforcement order at the next hearing. Mr. Bell, to go to some of your questions, the staff can guide you through the process of what the board decides has to be done on this property. I personally do not know of any local or state grant out there that helps private property owners. But then again, I'm not really focused on looking for grants for that purpose. So there could be some out there. I'm just not aware of them.
Okay, thank you.
So that's where we are, Betsy.
Okay, well, I don't have any comments at this point. We'll see what other people have to say, and then we'll discuss where we're gonna go.
Courtney?
Clearly, we've got to address a question here that or a problem that requires a restoration. And there's going to be an expense involved. Whether or not we decide that you need to have a landscape architect or a survey or whatever done, or whether we can work with you as to develop a land restoration plan. But at some point or another, you're going to need to buy plants and that kind of stuff in order to accomplish this. And I'm at a loss to be able to help you on that. I mean, but we can't just let this go either.
Kevin?
I'd be reluctant to order restoration of something that is nothing but invasive species. I mean, you could restore it just by leaving it alone and letting the invasives come back and take over the property. So I think we need to try and get something a little more, I don't know, judicial, maybe.
Can
Fair.
staff put it into perspective for you, Commissioner O'Brien? Basically, anytime the board is asked to do an invasive species removal project, you require the area to be restored. The same thing. You know, it's in your jurisdiction. The work was done without a permit, and this board is routinely approached by property owners wanting to remove invasives, and this board always requires the area to be revegetated with natives.
And the problem now is we don't have a plan showing what was existing.
And there were trees removed as well, not just the invasive vines, there were trees removed. Now granted, the trees were probably not in the greatest shape at that point, but we really don't know what was out there, Kevin. We saw pictures. We showed up on a cleared area. So I'm just putting that into perspective. I understand your point and I understand where you're coming from, but you know.
Oh, if you mention, there was some small trees that were covered with vines that were 90% dead. That's all that was removed. In that area where the invasives were, there are no large trees other than what's there. You see that cedar tree that's practically dead. There's a cherry tree, that big tall cherry tree. Then the other deformed. That's all that's in that. Anything that was cut was 90% dead, but because of the vines. If you look at it, you'll see that I left things that looked like they were salvageable, and if there are any growth that would come up from that, it would be that would continue. See what I'm saying?
Kevin, did you have anything else?
I'm afraid not.
Mark?
Well, we always approve invasive removals. And I don't think I've ever seen a survey which explicitly identifies all the invasives. I'm not sure going back and getting a survey of this property to identify what might have been there is of any use in going forward. The thing I just heard just now about trees removal, that makes me a little upset, because if it were just invasive shrubs and bittersweet and that sort of stuff, we could just say be gone. With trees removal, it's a bit of a problem because we sort of like to replace some trees. I agree that we will need some kind of plan. The timing, given the situation the state is in right now, the timing will not be immediate. It might not be as immediate as we ordinarily impose on such a project, such a enforcement type project, because of the COVID-19 issues. But I think we're going to need a plan, and I think we're going to need the homeowner or someone to purchase a fair number of plants to repopulate that area. Yes, that's all.
Thank you. Maury?
I just had a couple comments. If they just purchased the house, they may have a plot plan. So that would be beneficial. And I do commemorate that it's, it's expensive to fix everything. But you can't be consistent in enforcement. And if a plan could be drawn up, I mean, even the landscape, even the engineers and the land surveyors just say, 3 gallon, 3 foot on center native species. I don't think we have to get into a landscape architect or design or all that. It just has to be, native planted to restore the areas that were cleared.
Thank you.
Peter?
Yes, please. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong Peter.
Okay, I agree with Mark mostly. And I think maybe, and I don't want to set a new precedent, but I'm thinking that if David and Jen were to discuss the mitigation, maybe they could work out an agreement that the board would find suitable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Russ?
I've got nothing right this moment.
Okay, I'll come back. Steve?
I like what Mari was saying. I don't need a detailed plan. I just need to know how they're going to proceed. Some sense of what was removed.
Okay. Who is the other Peter that piped in?
So that's me. If I can just have the floor for a moment. My name is
Who's me?
Pete Sampu.
Okay.
Okay, I'm David Bell's brother-in-law, and I've been a Barnstable Conservation Commissioner for the last 18 years. David didn't know that, and my wife told him this last week. I came to the property this weekend to try to help guide David and his partner Eves, and I did see 4 or 5 they make sassafras trees of about a caliper of 2 to 4 inches. Those were the trees that I saw that were cut. My understanding of sassafras is they readily resprout. And I think if they are absent the Asiatic bittersweet from climbing on it, they should do quite well coming back. I have also mentioned to David that he can use something like a jute roll to make sure that none of the top soil and or the leaves and such would wash down. I also noticed finally that there was very little that was cut within 50 feet of the wetland. It was mostly in the 50 to 100 that this massive invasive stand existed. Thank you for your attention and time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I can address some of the comments.
Sure.
First to the commission. I understand how everybody feels, and I understand, you know, the sympathy on the board, but, you know, you can't just say, oh, if it's invasives, you know, we're not going to worry about it, because if you go down that road, you are going to have mass clearing throughout this town. And I'm sure, Mr. Sampu, you appreciate the position the board is in. You've been in it for 18 years. So I know you can appreciate that. Second, the plan, the survey plan that the staff spoke with the property owners about is a basic, you have to have the property surveyed to know what resource areas are, where the resource areas are, where the clearing was. This is the guidance we gave to the property owner. We need a survey plan like we do on any enforcement that we do, so that we know where the boundaries of the resource area is, where the cleared area was, where this, you know, the stumps of the trees, the large shrubs were removed. You know, and go for, once we have that, then we can start with kind of a restoration. You know, once we have that base plan, then what you use to go forward with a restoration concept, which can be achieved not by, you know, you don't have to hire an architect, landscape architect, or a huge, you know, restoration firm. You just need to come up with a revegetation plan. Mr. Sampu, the reason we need the plan is so we can determine, you know, where the cutting and the clearing did occur. So that's why we require that. And I'm sure Barnstable has the similar requirements on their enforcements as well. I understand the state that the entire country is in. I understand the hardships people are facing right now. I with all due respect, when I say this is, we do have to be very consistent in the way that the board handles enforcement orders. You saw 2, I believe it was 2 last week. You'll be voting on one of those tonight. A bit more egregious than this one, but still we do have to address them in a very consistent manner. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Russ, do you have anything?
No, Jen had great points. And I mean, I can see somebody bringing a plan into staff and saying, you know, how does this look? And then they're getting advice and feedback from staff and then going back out and reconfiguring it before it comes back to us. I just don't think the staff should be the ones to help somebody design a restoration project. That's how I feel.
Courtney?
I think at some stage of the game, and I realize that there's going to be a financial cost here that's tough, but you have to have professional people get involved in this. Not only at the level that Jen was outlining in terms of a plan, but also, you know, I think if you're going to control invasives, it's, you know, you've got to involve professionals that know what they're doing, whether they use, whether they pull out all the roots or whatever, because invasives are very pesky critters. And, you know, they're hard to kill and hard to get rid of. But if you're going to go to the expense of restoring an area with natives, putting trees in and that kind of stuff, if you don't get rid of that root mass, those guys are just going to come back within no time at all. So there has to be somebody who knows what they're doing to come up with a logical way of making sure that the invasives are exterminated. So, you know, this is a complicated thing, and I think you're going to have to recognize that there's going to be an expense involved, difficult as that is right now. Maybe there are grants out there that can help you, but I'm not aware of them.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any more comments from the staff?
No, Mr. Chairman. Kevin, do you have anything to add? Alyssa and I were the ones that visited this site.
Okay.
So
All
do
right.
we-
Are there any more comments from the commissioners?
I just have one question. Is there a time limit that is required for this restoration, Jen? Or can we help them out by giving them, you know, a little more time, let's say?
That is absolutely the discretion of the board. So you absolutely can relax some of your more stringent requirements in this time. Absolutely. It is really up to you.
Just to say it though, crystal clear that no more work can be done.
Right, so I would like to say, as difficult as it is to go through the process of coming up with a plan, and like we say, the details of the plantings don't, you know, it can be these species at 3 foot on center, but I think it's really important for us to be very consistent how we do these enforcement plans. And there's certain things that are required. And I agree with Russ, you know, we can have a discussion on maybe giving a little bit more time. You know.
I agree.
Oh, absolutely.
And to be clear that, you know, we would certainly encourage staff to work with the applicant, but staff is not the ones that are going to be designing a restoration plan.
So Jen, do we make a motion to?
Could I introduce?
One second, Mr. Bell would like to add something.
With that being said, you know, going back, we had a basic plan and idea of the types of plantings that we would like to do. So I mean, I have a rough idea, rough plan with a list of native species that we would have liked to have introduced as we're able to afford it or as we're able to acquire them. So if we're able to work with staff or one of the board members to show you this plan and this rough draft that I have, if that could be guided towards a satisfactory.
You still need a certified plan.
That shows the resource areas.
It shows the resource areas and then
Okay, I
and
understand.
where
Yeah.
the restoration is gonna be. And then
I-
as far as what is it gonna be, you know,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
talk to staff and, you know,
Okay,
come back for us, but the key is there has to be the bottom layer is we need a plan that shows the resource areas.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Sampu would like to speak.
Yes,
Mr.
please.
Sample.
I think it is in David and Eve's interest that they do want a plan so that they can put forth a full restoration of the property. When Eves gets back to work, I think that several $1,000s, something they might be able to afford. But again, Eves is completely out of work right now. So the generosity that you're showing to delay the expectation of a plan is something which seems very generous on your part.
Just for the record, Mr. Sampu, there will be a delay, but it's not going to be like a year delay.
Yeah, it's not infinite.
So it's going to be a little bit more than their stringent, you know, you have to have a plan to us in 30 days or 60 days. So it's not going, I mean, that's up to the board, but I can't imagine it being like a year from now. So I mean that it will eventually have to be addressed, just not in the really stringent time periods this board usually applies to situations such as this. And I'm sure you yourself can assist the property owner in developing a nice planting plan for their property with native species. That would be nice. What the board really, what the staff really needs, even before we begin to see a restoration, as I said, concept or idea, is to have a survey of the plan. And I really think it behooves a property owner to just, so they know what resource areas are on their site, where those buffer boundaries are. So something like this doesn't happen again in the future.
All right, Jen, are there any public chat comments?
There are no comments in our chat room.
All right, people, what's your pleasure?
I
What
think
should we be
we
looking for?
need to come up with a timeline.
What was that?
We need a timeline.
I said, I think we come up with a timeline.
We have to,
Well, I think you can do that when you deliberate.
we have to vote.
You did the
Oh, so
last,
I'll make a motion to
basically close the enforcement hearing.
I'll make a motion to close this hearing and take it under advisement. And then I guess next week we're
Yeah.
off next week, aren't we?
Yeah, so what they'll do is they'll
give it
basically
time.
close kind of this discussion unless there's anything else the property owner or interested parties representatives would like to say to this board. This is how this board does this. They'll discuss the issue next week and they'll either decide to issue an enforcement order with very strict guidelines or issue an enforcement order requiring you to file a notice of intent with a certain time frame. And of course, the staff is here once we have that base plan to assist. We won't design the plan for you. We won't come up with the invasive species management protocol, but we will be able to assist you, Mr. Bell, in looking at your plant list, telling you you're going in the right direction, telling you what, you know, this board is going to want to see. And that'll be very detailed out in that enforcement document.
I think that's very
So I've made a motion.
Arlo Hawks makes a second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to close this hearing. Are there any more comments from the board? Any more comments from any of the applicants' representatives? All right, I'm gonna call for the vote. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Ernie, aye.
Maury,
Carlo Hawks, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Russ,
Robbins, aye.
Steve. All right. This hearing is closed.
Thank
Thank
you,
you, Paul.
gentlemen. Mr. Bell, if you have any questions, you can reach out to us, okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Good night, gentlemen.
All right. Next up, a vote order of conditions. First up, Aaron Fine, 94 Little Island Road, West Falmouth, Mass.
All right, you're all on the quorum for this one. Mr. Bunker did file with the zoning board of appeals like he was required to, so that was good. And let me find my notes. That is so not 94 Little Island. Oh, that's because the wrong staff report was on top.
There's something about making sure to replant that little patch of vegetation that's behind the garage.
Yep. I think that was it. I mean, staff thought that was a good project, so, I mean, the mitigation was fine. It's just that little area of vegetation behind the garage with
Yeah.
it to work.
If anything happens to it, it has to be replaced. I mean, hopefully replaced with something good.
And they can just add it to the mitigation area that they have.
Right. So I'll make a motion to, unless anybody else has anything to say, to close this hearing and, no, not to close the hearing, to accept as discussed.
Carlo Hawks, second.
Okay, does anybody have anything they want to add? All right, I'm gonna take the vote. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Ernie, aye.
Maury,
Carlo Hawks, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Russ,
Robbins, aye.
Steve.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you. Next up is Francis and Christina Ahern, 27 Fresh River Road, Falmouth, Mass. This is,
This was pretty straightforward too, I think.
yeah, it actually is. And it's a raise and rebuild, but
There's no mitigation required.
I thought it was raise and build.
Thank you, Jen.
hey, hey, hey.
It was straightforward. I don't, no mitigation required. They weren't increasing square footage. Sorry about that.
So I move we accept as discussed.
Carlo Hawks, second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Anything anybody want to add? All right, Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Ernie, aye.
Maury,
Carlo Hawks, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Russ,
Robbins, aye.
Steve.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you. Next up is Richard and Claudia Mackin, 12 Nichols Road, East Falmouth, Mass.
This is to put the ramp extension down to the previous licensed dock. Couple of things, they have to reduce that T section to the square footage allowed under the Chapter 90 license. I'm just writing this down. Excuse me.
Just to be clear, the dock is supposed to be removed in the,
Oh, yeah, I'm getting to that. The dock is supposed to be seasonal and removed in the winter. No pruning
was-
of the bayberry. They're pruning the bayberry.
They said no more pipes would be required.
What was that?
They said no more pipes would be.
Yeah,
necessary.
no additional pipe supports.
Yeah. That's all.
I believe, was it Commissioner Walsh that wanted us to remind them of the nitrogen bylaw?
Yes, he did.
That was you, I think. No additional.
Really?
And also, that they have their signage on it.
Yep, I'm getting to that. Public access. Yeah, so no nitrogen, remind bylaw, and public access signs. I think that about covered it.
You know, I don't think there was any water or electric, so just make sure you make a comment that there was no water or electric to the dock.
Good point.
All right. Got it.
So I'll make a motion to accept as discussed.
Arlo Hawk, second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Anybody else have anything they want to add? All right, Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird eye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Gurney, aye.
Maury,
Arlo Hawk's eye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Russ,
Robbins, aye.
Steve.
That, aye.
It is unanimous. Next up, Daniel and Carolyn Palmquist, 46 Rivers End Road and 58 East Harbor Drive, East Falmouth, Mass.
So this was the fiber roll installation that some of you were concerned about. So basically, you want the staff to have a pre-construction meeting with basically the installer, which is going to be Crawford Ecological, to see how they're going to fit those fiber rolls into that bank, specifically underneath that staircase where you were concerned of, Mark, correct? And that there'll be no additional, no cutting of the top of that bank to put the rolls in, and that they do need to stake mean high water so we know that they're not encroaching with the project beyond that point.
There's gonna be a little, there's vegetation seeding on the top of that bank. It's all bare dirt up there.
And revegetate top of bank.
Mhm. And I'd also specifically say it is Crawford who's gonna do the installation, and if there's anybody else, they'll have to come back.
Yep. Okay.
Anything else?
Anything to add?
On the revegetation,
Yep, we got that.
on the revegetation at the top,
Mm-hmm.
what, do we want to specify what should go there?
Well, in the discussion, they said that they'd put native grasses there.
Everybody loves grasses.
Well, yeah, that isn't the point that I was making. The point I was making is there are trees and there's nothing under those trees.
Just bark mulch.
Huh?
Just
What?
bark mulch.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
We want understory.
Yep, put that down. When Betsy was going there, it's like a mix of grasses and shrubs appropriate to that area. Anything anybody would like to add? Mark, I know you had some specific concerns that need to be addressed in the field.
I was gonna ask if it was possible I could be informed when this field meeting is going to be.
If you'd like.
I would like to to go, actually.
Okay.
Then do you check the sand compatibility that they're gonna be bringing in?
We can. Yep.
All right, I make a motion to accept as discussed.
Second, Gladfelter.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further additions? All right, Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Ernie, aye.
Maury,
Carlo Hawks, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Russ,
Robbins, aye.
Steve.
Aye.
All right, it is unanimous. Thank you. Next up, vote enforcement order. Tyler Fazino, 77 Antone Road. And I believe that's Ave, just for the record. Falmouth.
Correct. So let me go back to my little pictures here. Yeah. This one's going to be a little bit difficult. Stop sharing for a second, just so you all kind of have an idea of what it looks like. The first thing that they need to determine is where that wetland line was. And that is going to be really difficult with the amount of earthwork that was done on that property. So they are going to have to hire a professional to determine where that wetland line is, and it probably can only be done through soils, and they're going to have to dig through all that fill. So it's going to be really difficult to find that wetland line.
They're gonna have to do some cores, right?
Yeah,
Because it's several feet of fill that's on top of the hydric soils.
I have a question. If, and I'm not throwing anybody under the bus or including somebody that shouldn't be included, but Tom Bunker did a plan however long ago, I don't know. And he showed a rough outline, and I realized he was probably just trying to give an idea what was there. But my question is, would it be fair to suggest that he got involved? Just to what degree would he have had that in his records?
We
You know
have
what
a
I'm
copy of that plan. Tom provided that, and that's a really good start that's a really good place for them to start. We can't mandate that they hire Tom.
Yeah, and that's not what I mean. And I
Yeah.
don't want to get Tom, involved in something he doesn't want to get involved in. I guess I'm just speculating that if he has that designation on his plan, he had to get it from something. He saw, whoever did the site survey saw it. And I
And
realize it's not exact, but
it's a good place for them to start to know where to look for that line.
I guess that's what I'm implying, yeah.
Yeah. It's a really good, instead of just going into it blind, it's a really good start of where they can start looking for that line, because Tom did the mortgage plan, the plot plan for the mortgage. So we have that. So basically, they have to do a survey, basically a survey plan, much like every other enforcement order you issue, with the resource areas, the buffer zones, the cleared area, which is the entire site, that they're going to have to determine, the amount of fill brought on site and have that fill removed. And then they're going to have to provide a planting plan. This one is a little bit more involved than the one you heard tonight, because the soils have all been disturbed. There are a number of trees that were taken down from the last photograph we have on the property in 2003. And this is a vernal pool. We did find vernal pool species in the area, so you could classify it under your regs as a potential vernal pool. We did not certify it, but it is a potential vernal pool and didn't display the biological characteristics of a vernal pool. So it's a straightforward enforcement, but it's going to be involved from the property owner's standpoint because of the amount of work that was done. I still can't quite understand what they were doing. I think they're just trying to expand the backyard. It's a young growing family, so I think that's what they were trying to achieve.
A lot of it starts innocent enough. I mean,
Yeah, but it's a big mess. And if you could see, share this plan real quick again. See that? Oh wait, share. Right? So you
Yep.
see this
coming up.
right there? See where my little cursor is on the bottom?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, that guy right there. And there are a number of those that were probably buried throughout the site. So we're going to have all of the stumps located and identified. And then a planting plan provided. Now, for the board, what time frame are you looking at? I think they should immediately stabilize the vernal pool area by at least installing silt fencing,
Wattle.
no more erosion into that wetland under staff's direction.
Yes, start with that. But is this going to take longer? I mean, how long do you think it'll take for somebody to go out and actually figure out that wetland line? And we can't do anything until we know where the resources are, right?
Yeah. It will take as long as you allow them to.
Well, I mean, can we give that has to be done in 3 weeks or 4 weeks? And then a plan has to be done in 60 days? I mean, can we give those time frames?
Yes, you can. And just to put it in perspective from the last one, you saw the last one was clearing of a buffer area. Yes, it was wrong. It was a violation of your regulations. This is actually causing a direct harmful impact to that vernal pool, which is one of your most protected resource areas. So I would say that the board could impose the strict time periods that you usually do on this site, only because it is causing harm. We've had a number of rain events since then that is further eroding that fill into that wetland. So all of that has to be very carefully removed from that vernal pool. But we at least have to get them to stabilize that site immediately under the direction of staff. And Mark can help us out with this. He was the one in that wetland to get them to stabilize that area, and maybe even kind of pull back. And I would want a staff person on site when they do this, pull back some of that fill along the edges that have gone in. And I can show you pictures of that. And then find that. We're going to have to give people time because of I don't know how busy certain firms are right now. So if you want that wetland line determined within like a month or so, I'm not quite sure how realistic that's going to be. But
you started by stating that would be a good starting point, because they'd start making some phone calls.
We can do that, and if they run into some issues, the staff can bring that back to you.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
even if they engaged someone and then said,
think we
but
should-
that person said, I can't get to it for, 45 days, at least we'd know it's
Mhm.
not a stall.
Correct. So what kind of time periods do you want to see on that?
Let's say 30 days and
All right.
then should we give a, once you have that, then somebody ought to
Maybe
be able to
days from there to come up with a plan, something like that.
get another 30 days.
I gotta tell you, under these circumstances of getting somebody out in 30 days is not that realistic. I mean, it's tough out. I mean, we all, I'm out there working, but there are a lot of places where their help isn't coming in to go to work because they're nervous about being at work. So I think we have to take that into consideration. I think the most important thing is to stabilize that, and not just with silt fence, but because if nobody puts it in properly, it doesn't work, is to put in
No.
a core log or something. But honestly, Betsy, to say 30 days, you can't even get a countertop store right now to look at a sample for a curtain or a countertop.
Well, I think we already agreed that it's going to be stabilized. That's the first thing, and it has to be stabilized immediately. So 60 days is fine. I mean, I'm not holding to that, but I just want to make sure somebody gets started on this project.
But
Well, maybe we make
you-
it 30 days he gets back to us.
Well, yeah,
Right.
that's what I was
Give 'em
just,
90 days
I
and they
I
don't
mean,
do
at
anything.
least he makes a good effort to find somebody. And maybe he can find somebody in 30 days. And that guy, even if he tells them, hey, look, I can't get to it for 45 days, at least we have something started.
In a contract, maybe.
I would put the 30, just from a staff's point of view, I would leave the 30-day, the 30-day time period in there. And if there's any delay in getting that done, they, the staff will bring that back to this board. How about that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but there's a
That way
good,
we at least have that we have like, okay, a benchmark. Okay. And then we move and we just keep this marching forward.
Yep.
I think that's appropriate.
Now, as far
Good idea.
as stabilizing the area, we don't need 30 days. to do
No,
No,
that.
that's going to be done.
immediately.
That's going to be done immediately. Okay, we're going to have
So
immediately. So I'll find out what Mark.
immediately,
like.
is immediately that they have it done within a week?
They're
Within
not
2
gonna do
weeks?
it.
What's-
the staff is going to go out and direct how it's done. The staff has to tell them how they want it done.
We need that site stable.
So they need to have, somebody
And basically,
to-
they'll.
they need to have somebody there, their shovels ready to follow staff's direction.
They'll have like
So
within
they've got to come up with their troops out there.
within 1 week of
That's what I'm saying. I think we,
within
we're
1
gonna
week.
have somebody, we're gonna give them under staff's guidance within 2 weeks or 1 week, whatever it
Okay.
is.
Sounds good. Do you guys like? I would say immediately. So staff will sit there and say, contact us within a week to schedule site stabilization.
Yes.
There we go. Sounds good.
All right. Anything else?
I don't know, whatever else would you guys like to see? We're gonna have to see a robust planting plan. And like I said, this one is a little bit more critical than the last one you saw this evening, just because of the direct impacts to this vernal pool.
Is it worth putting in that once the resources are mapped, that there's that 30 days to have a plan after that?
That's what I'm saying. You have
Yeah.
30 days to the wetland line. And then 30 days after that for a restoration plan.
Yep. And if we have to move those back, we will, but
And
Play it
then once you have the restoration plan, when do you want it planted? So now let's think of the time period. June, July, now we're into August for a planting plan, a planting time frame. Maury, August is not an optimal time to be planting.
no, the fall planting period.
September is better.
What was that, Maury?
September is way better than August. August.
Yeah, so why don't we just say that all the plants have to be installed by September 30th?
Yeah.
Does that?
Yep.
Okay. We have another issue we need to discuss. Now you have your basic time frame about how you want this done. That's it. So let's assume we go off of Bunker's plan. Okay, and I believe, hang on, I believe I have that. So give me 1 second. I'm having trouble moving things around my screens tonight for some reason.
You just showed it to us.
What do you mean I just showed it to you?
You showed it to us in the beginning of the meeting.
Last week.
I thought we saw it tonight.
No.
There it is. So that's what Bunker's plan looks like. Okay. So you see this, right?
Yep.
Yes.
You've got, let's say this is pretty close to where the wetland line is. Okay. Because vernal pool's going to fluctuate. A 100-foot no disturbance zone to a vernal pool.
Is the whole property.
Yeah, how much of a buffer do you want to see on that? I mean, let's say he's got this. So let's say this roughly, maybe this is, I don't know, ballpark, maybe.
Well, there's an 83-foot arrow below that.
Yeah, but I'm looking at this one right here. So this point to this point is 100 feet.
So 40 feet, 35 feet?
Yeah, 30, 40 feet, something like that, right?
Yep.
So, you know, that's going to bring that right up to like right here. And that's 40 feet, 30, 40 feet. So what the board needs to determine how much of a buffer you want to put on this wetland, the vernal pool, and maybe still allow the property owner a small backyard space so we don't run into this issue again in 5 years. You see what I'm saying?
And we got to make sure this isn't going to come against us from you know who.
You know, I just want to I mean, the staff's goal is always not to be punitive with these with these enforcement orders. Our goal is just to repair the damage done to the resource areas and the buffers. At the same time, the staff does not want to be in this situation in 5-6 years when, you know, and this is nothing against this particular property owner, but like, you know, Joe property owner in like, let's, you know, North Falmouth, West Falmouth, any part of Falmouth, you know, doesn't think, you know, does this restoration plan, you know, restores the wetlands, possibly sells the property, a new property owner comes over and, you know, have the backyard space they want and moves it all down again. So we just don't want it to keep reoccurring, you know, so we can't, or at least staff is not recommending that basically you have a buffer zone that goes up within 10 feet of the house.
Right.
It's just, it's not realistic that it's going to remain. You see what I'm saying? So, I think what would be best is, and I don't know if we can do this, but
Jen, do you know how old the house is?
no, Courtney,
Can we wait until we see where the wetland line is?
that's what I'm wondering, is if we wait to see where the wetland line is.
I mean, that's the first thing we're asking for. We need to see the wetland line. Then we see the wetland line, and 30 days after that, we need a plan, but we can give guidance about that plan.
Give guidance to the plan. Okay, we can do it like that. I think you just need, we really need to see that wetland line before we can realistically, I mean, right now we can't say, because we don't know where that line is. We can't sit there and say they have to put a 50-foot buffer on this vernal pool. They have to put a 25-foot buffer on this vernal pool. And we have no idea how that's going to impact the property because we have no idea where this line is. So that's the first thing we need to do.
Yep. So do it that way.
Okay. Okay.
So Jen,
Sounds
how
good.
old is the house?
I don't know, Courtney.
You know?
Courtney, let me see if I
All
can
right,
figure it out for you.
The only reason I asked that is that it was, the house is has been there for a long time. You know, that gives you some rationale for more flexibility with the buffer.
Courtney, give me
You know, it's kind of the pre-existing.
second.
That house was built 5 years ago, then
Courtney, it's an
clearly
old
they should have
neighborhood.
known, we should have known.
Courtney, it's an old neighborhood. Hang on. Year built 97. So I was wrong. Yeah. Year built 97.
So it's 23 years old.
Yeah.
Let's wait until we have a wetland line.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'll make a motion that we'll vote what we've just discussed, that Jen's taken notes on.
I'll walk second.
All right, everybody clear on that? All right, Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Third,
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Ernie, aye.
Maury,
Carlo Hawks, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Russ,
Robbins, aye.
Steve.
Pat and I.
All right, so that's unanimous. Thank you.
Are we done?
Reminder, there's no meeting next week.
Are we done?
We're done.
Carlo Hawks.
Motion to adjourn, second.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
third,
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
third,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Ernie, aye.
Maury,
Carlo Hawks, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Russ,
Robbins, aye.
Steve.
Pat and I.
Unanimous. We're adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Staff, I'm sorry.